There are moments in history when everything changes. Not through the clash of armies or the rise of empires, but through a single human being who dares to see the world differently. 4,000 years ago, in the ancient city of Ur, such a moment arrived. Imagine, if you will, the Mesopotamian night, the ziggurat towers above the city, its stepped levels climbing toward the heavens. All around, civilization hums with life scribes scratching cuneiform into clay tablets, merchants weighing silver, priests tending eternal flames before statues of gods too numerous to count. This is the cradle of human culture, where writing was born, where the first cities rose from river mud, where humanity learned to bend nature to its will. And yet, among all these achievements, something was missing, something that one man would spend his life searching for. His name was Abram. Later, he would be called Abraham, father of multitudes, but in those early days, he was simply a man with questions that wouldn't leave him alone. The ancient traditions tell us he was a son of terror, himself an idol maker, a man who crafted the very gods that others worshipped. Perhaps this proximity to the manufacture of divinity sparked something in young Abram's mind. How can gods made by human hands hold power over those same humans? If we create them, shape them, paint their faces and name their attributes, what then are they? These were dangerous thoughts in a world where every natural force, every city, every human endeavor had its patron deity. The pantheon was not merely believed, it was the architecture of reality itself. To question it was to question existence. But Abram questioned. The call, when it came, was unmistakable. Leave everything you know, your country, your kindred, your father's house. Go to a land I will show you. It was an invitation into the unknown, a summons to abandon security for promise, certainty for faith. And, remarkably, impossibly, Abram went. Consider for the moment what this required. He was 75 years old, not young by any measure, ancient by the standards of his time. His wife Sarai was 65. They had accumulated a lifetime of possessions, relationships, status. The journey ahead would take them across hundreds of miles of desert, away from the sophisticated urban world they knew into territories of nomads and strangers. Every rational calculation argued against going. Yet Abram gathered his household, his wife, his nephew Lot, his servants, his flocks, and began to walk. Southwest they travelled, following trade routes toward the land of Canaan, and with each step something revolutionary was taking shape. Not just a journey across geography, but a journey into a new way of understanding the divine. For the God who called Abram made no image of himself, required no temple built by human hands, could not be contained in wood or stone or any material substance. This was not a God of one place or one people or one natural force. This was, by its very nature, something unprecedented. A God who claimed not just to be powerful, but to be the source of all power, not just to exist, but to be existence itself. The covenant began to form in stages, like a relationship deepening over time. First, promises, I will make of you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great. In you, all the families of the earth shall be blessed. Then came the ritual, strange and solemn, where Abram cut animals in half and arranged them in rows, and when darkness fell, a smoking firepot and a flaming torch passed between the pieces. This was how treaties were sealed in the ancient world. Both parties walked between the severed animals, essentially saying, May I be torn apart like these if I break my oath. But in this covenant, only the divine presence moved between the pieces. The God was binding himself while Abram slept. Think about that. The infinite, eternal, all-powerful was making promises to the finite, temporary, powerless. It inverted every assumption about how divinity and humanity related. Years passed. Abram and Sarai moved through Canaan, wealthy nomads with vast flocks but no children. The central promised descendants, as numerous as the stars, seemed increasingly impossible. Sarai was past the age of childbearing. They tried to help the prophecy along through the customs of their time. Sarai gave her Egyptian servant Hagar to Abram, and Hagar bore a son named Ishmael. But this was not the fulfillment the covenant demanded. Something more miraculous, more impossible, was required. When Abram was 99 years old, the God appeared again and changed his name. No longer Abram, but Abraham, the very sound transformed, an extra breath of the divine name inserted into his identity. Sarai became Sarah, and the promise was renewed with a sign written in flesh: circumcision. Every male in Abraham's household, every future son of the covenant, would bear this mark. It was intimate, permanent, and painful, a reminder that covenant demands something of us, that relationship with the divine is not passive but participatory. The announcement came shortly after. 3 visitors appeared at Abraham's tent in the heat of the day near the oaks of Mamre. Abraham, displaying the elaborate hospitality that would become a hallmark of his descendants, prepared a feast. And as they ate, one of them spoke, "Where is Sarah your wife?" Then came words that made Sarah laugh behind the tent flap. "This time next year, Sarah will have a son." It was absurd. She was 90 years old. Abraham was 100. The biological impossibility was so extreme that laughter was the only reasonable response. And yet, and this is the mystery at the heart of this story, the impossible happened. Isaac was born, whose very name means "he laughs." The child of promise, the son through whom nations would descend, came into the world as living proof that the covenant was not metaphor but reality. But covenant, Abraham would learn, is costly. The command came without warning. Take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering. It was a test that struck at the very heart of everything. The son of promise, the biological impossibility, the vessel of every future blessing, sacrifice him. We cannot soften this moment. Abraham rose early, gathered wood, took 2 servants and Isaac, and began the 3-day journey. 3 days to walk toward the unthinkable. 3 days in which every step could have been a turning back. Did he sleep those nights? Did he tell Sarah where they were going? The text is silent on these details, and perhaps that silence is itself eloquent. Some horrors are beyond words. Isaac, innocent, asked the inevitable question, "Father, here is the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" And Abraham answered with words that carried multiple meanings. "God will provide the lamb, my son." On Mount Moriah, Abraham built the altar, arranged the wood, bound Isaac, and raised the knife. The moment stretched toward an abyss. This was not a distant philosophical question about faith. It was a blade poised above a beating heart. And then, at the last possible instant, the voice, "Abraham, Abraham, do not lay your hand on the boy. Now I know that you fear God, seeing you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me." A ram appeared, caught in a thicket by its horns. The sacrifice provided, as Abraham had said it would be. But something had fundamentally shifted. The test revealed what covenant meant: total trust, even into darkness, even unto death. And it also revealed something about the divine. This God did not, ultimately, demand human sacrifice. In an age when child sacrifice was practiced by surrounding cultures, when the firstborn might be offered to ensure good harvests or military victory, this covenant drew a line. Human life was too sacred, too precious, too much a reflection of the divine itself to be destroyed. Isaac lived. He grew. He married Rebekah, a woman chosen through an elaborate test of character and kindness, and Rebekah conceived twins who struggled together within her womb, a preview of the conflict that would define them. The oracle she received was ominous. 2 nations are in your womb. 2 peoples shall be divided. The one shall be stronger than the other. The older shall serve the younger. Esau emerged first, red and hairy. Jacob followed, grasping his brother's heel, the very image of one trying to overtake another. Their personalities were as different as their appearances. Esau was a hunter, a man of the field, impulsive and physical. Jacob was quieter, staying close to the tents, thoughtful and scheming. Isaac favored Esau. Rebekah favored Jacob. The birthright, the double portion of inheritance that went to the firstborn, should have been Esau's by right. But in a moment of hunger after a long hunt, Esau traded it for a bowl of red lentil stew. The transaction reveals something about human nature, how easily we surrender the permanent for the immediate, the sacred for the satisfying. Jacob, opportunistic and calculating, made the trade. But the larger deception was yet to come. When Isaac grew old and blind, he prepared to give his final blessing to Esau. These blessings were not mere words, they were understood to carry actual power, to shape reality itself. Rebekah overheard and devised a plan. She dressed Jacob in Esau's clothes, covered his smooth skin with goat skins to mimic his brother's hairiness, and sent him to his father with the savory food Isaac loved. The scene is almost unbearably tense. Isaac, suspicious, asked, "Who are you?" Jacob lied, "I am Esau, your firstborn." He came close. Isaac touched him, confused by the contradiction between the voice of Jacob and the hairy arms that felt like Esau. "Are you really my son Esau?" And Jacob lied again, "I am." The blessing was, given promises of abundance, of dominion, of being served by nations and even by his brother. When Esau returned and discovered the theft, his cry was primal, "Bless me, even me also, O my father." But the primary blessing was gone, given to Jacob through deception. All that remained for Esau was a lesser promise and a burning hatred. Jacob had to flee for his life. Alone in the wilderness, running from his brother's murderous rage, Jacob stopped for the night at a place called Luz. He took a stone for a pillow and fell into exhausted sleep. And in that vulnerable moment, far from home, alone and afraid, he had a dream that would change everything. He saw a ladder, or perhaps a staircase reaching from earth to heaven, angels ascending and descending upon it. The traffic between earth and heaven made visible, the connection between the human and divine rendered as something almost physical. And at the top, or perhaps standing beside him, the God of Abraham spoke, "I am with you, and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land." Jacob woke in awe. "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it. This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." He took the stone he had used as a pillow, set it up as a pillar, poured oil on it, and renamed the place Bethel, House of God. The dream at Bethel revealed something crucial. The divine was not confined to holy sites or temples or particular locations. God could meet Jacob in a random place in the wilderness, could speak to a frightened fugitive, could make the ordinary ground suddenly sacred. Location mattered less than presence. Jacob continued to Haran, to his mother's family, where he would spend 20 years laboring for his uncle Laban, a man whose capacity for deception matched Jacob's own. There he met Rachel by a well and fell instantly in love. He worked 7 years to marry her, but Laban substituted Leah, the older daughter, on the wedding night. Jacob, the deceiver, was himself deceived. He worked another 7 years for Rachel, and through both wives and their servants, he became the father of 12 sons and at least 1 daughter. These sons, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, and Benjamin, would become the patriarchs of the 12 tribes of Israel. But that future was unimaginable during those years in Haran. They were simply a growing, complicated family, full of rivalry and resentment. Eventually, Jacob knew he had to return home. He had to face Esau. The night before their reunion, Jacob sent his family ahead and spent the night alone by the Jabbok River. And there, in the darkness, someone attacked him. They wrestled through the entire night, a mysterious struggle that was both physical and spiritual. Jacob's opponent struck his hip, dislocating it, but Jacob refused to let go. As dawn approached, the figure said, "Let me go, for the day is breaking." But Jacob replied, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." And the stranger asked, "What is your name?" "Jacob." And the response came, "Your name shall no longer be called Jacob but Israel, for you have striven with God and with men, and have prevailed." Israel. The name means struggles with God, or God struggles. It was a perfect name for a man who had spent his life wrestling with his brother, with his father-in-law, with his own conscience, and now, mysteriously, with the divine itself. Jacob walked away limping, physically marked by the encounter, but transformed. He was no longer merely the deceiver, the supplanter. He was Israel, the one who had faced God and lived. The reunion with Esau, when it came, was surprisingly peaceful. Perhaps time and success had softened Esau's rage. Perhaps he saw his brother's limp and understood that Jacob had already paid a price. They embraced, wept, and went their separate ways, not as enemies, but not quite as brothers either. Some wounds heal, others simply stop, bleeding. Of all Jacob's sons, he loved Joseph most. The boy was Rachel's firstborn, born in his father's old age, beautiful and gifted with prophetic dreams. Jacob made him a special robe. The text describes it as having long sleeves or many colors, a garment that marked him as favored, set apart. The other brothers burned with jealousy. Joseph, young and perhaps foolish in his certainty, shared his dreams with them. In one dream, they were binding sheaves in the field, and Joseph's sheaf stood upright while theirs bowed down to it. In another, the sun, moon, and 11 stars bowed to him. The meaning was clear, and it was intolerable. Who was this pampered younger brother to rule over them? The brothers' hatred crystallized into action. When they were far from home tending flocks in the wilderness, and Joseph came to check on them in his hated robe, they seized him. Some wanted to kill him outright. Reuben argued for throwing him into a pit instead, intending to rescue him later. Judah suggested a compromise: sell him to the Ishmaelite traders passing by on their way to Egypt. They stripped off his robe, sold their brother for 20 pieces of silver, and slaughtered a goat to dip the robe in blood. They brought the bloodied garment to Jacob. "Is this your son's robe?" Jacob recognized it and collapsed into grief. A wild animal has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt torn to pieces. He tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned his son for many days. All his other children tried to comfort him, but he refused comfort. "I shall go down to the grave mourning for my son," he said. The deceiver who had once impersonated his brother to steal a blessing was now deceived by his own sons with a piece of clothing. Joseph, meanwhile, was in Egypt, sold to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh. Everything he touched prospered, and Potiphar made him overseer of his entire household. But prosperity brought new dangers. Potiphar's wife desired Joseph and made repeated advances. Day after day she propositioned him, and day after day he refused. One day, when the house was empty, she caught him by his garment and demanded, "Lie with me." Joseph fled, leaving his garment in her hand, another garment, another false testimony. She used it as evidence, claiming Joseph had attacked her. Joseph was thrown into prison. The favored son, the dreamer who had once imagined glory, now sat in an Egyptian dungeon with no apparent future. Years passed. He interpreted dreams for two of Pharaoh's servants, the cupbearer and the baker, and his interpretations proved true. The cupbearer was restored to his position, just as Joseph predicted, but he forgot about the young Hebrew who had helped him. 2 more years Joseph waited, and then Pharaoh himself had disturbing dreams that none of his wise men could interpret. Finally the cupbearer remembered, and Joseph was hastily brought from the dungeon, shaved and given clean clothes, and brought before the most powerful man in Egypt. Pharaoh described his dreams: 7 fat cows devoured by 7 thin cows, 7 good ears of grain consumed by 7 withered ones. Joseph listened, and then spoke with confidence. The dreams are one. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. 7 years of abundance are coming to Egypt, followed by 7 years of famine so severe that the abundance will be forgotten. The doubling of the dream meant the matter was fixed by God and would happen soon. But Joseph did not stop with interpretation. He offered policy. Let Pharaoh appoint overseers to collect 1/5 of the harvest during the good years and store it in cities. Then, when famine comes, there will be food to sustain the land. Pharaoh was impressed. Can we find a man like this, in whom is the Spirit of God? He placed Joseph in charge of the entire operation, second only to Pharaoh himself. At 30 years old, Joseph went from prison to palace, from foreign slave to Egyptian vizier. He married Asenath, daughter of an Asenath, Egyptian priest, and had 2 sons, Manasseh, meaning God has made me forget all my hardship, and Ephraim, meaning God has made me fruitful in the land of my affliction. The years unfolded exactly as Joseph predicted. Abundance came, and Egypt stored grain on a scale never before attempted. And then the famine came, spreading beyond Egypt into Canaan and all the surrounding lands. People from every nation came to Egypt to buy grain, because the famine was severe everywhere, including, eventually, 10 of Joseph's brothers. Jacob sent them to Egypt to buy food, keeping only Benjamin, Rachel's other son, at home. When they stood before the Egyptian vizier, they did not recognize him. How could they? This was not their teenage brother in his special robe, but a powerful Egyptian official, shaved and dressed in linen, speaking through an interpreter. But Joseph recognized them immediately. The dreams from his youth, sheaves bowing down, stars offering obeisance, were coming true before his eyes. He could have taken revenge. He had the power to imprison them, to let them starve, to destroy them completely. Instead, he tested them. He accused them of being spies, imprisoned them for 3 days, then said he would keep one hostage while the others returned home, but they must bring their youngest brother to prove their story. The brothers, not knowing Joseph understood their language, spoke among themselves in anguish. "We are guilty concerning our brother. We saw the distress of his soul when he begged us, and we would not listen. That is why this distress has come upon us." Joseph had to turn away to weep. The test continued through another journey to Egypt. More accusations, hidden silver cups planted in Benjamin's sack. Finally, when Joseph threatened to keep Benjamin as a slave, Judah, the brother who had once suggested selling Joseph, stepped forward with a speech of extraordinary pathos. He described their father's grief, explained how Benjamin was all that, remained of his beloved Rachel, and offered himself as a slave in Benjamin's place. "Let the boy go back with his brothers, for how can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me?" It was too much. Joseph could no longer control himself. He sent all his attendants away and wept so loudly that the Egyptians in the next room heard him. "I am Joseph," he said in Hebrew. "Is my father still alive?" His brothers were terrified, speechless. But Joseph reassured them. "Do not be distressed or angry with yourselves because you sold me here, for God sent me before you to preserve life. What you meant for evil, God meant for good, to bring it about that many people should be kept alive." It was a moment of forgiveness that reverberated through history. Not cheap forgiveness that pretends the wound never happened, but a profound recognition that even human evil can be woven into purposes beyond our understanding. Joseph saw the larger pattern, the covenant continuing despite human failure because of divine faithfulness. The entire family moved to Egypt, Jacob and his sons and their families, 70 people in all. Pharaoh gave them the best land in Goshen. Jacob met Pharaoh, blessed him, and lived his final years in comfort. Before he died, he gathered his sons and spoke prophecies over each of them, blessings and warnings, character judgments, and future promises. To Judah he said, "The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until tribute comes to him." A cryptic promise of kingship for Judah's descendants. Joseph lived to see his great-great-grandchildren. Before he died, he made his brothers swear an oath. "God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here." He knew, somehow, that Egypt was not the final destination. The promise was still Canaan. The covenant was still unfolding. The story of the patriarchs ends here. But the covenant they forged was just beginning. From one man's impossible faith to a family of 70 living as privileged foreigners in Egypt, the groundwork was laid, promises made, relationships tested, character forged through decades of trial and blessing. What started with Abraham's walk into the unknown had become something tangible, a people with an identity, a history, and a destiny. They did not yet know that they would become slaves, that they would need to be liberated through plagues and miracles, that they would receive law at a mountain wreathed in thunder, all that was still hidden in the future. But the pattern was set. This would be a people defined by covenant, by promises that seemed impossible, by a God who chose to bind himself to the fragile and finite, a people who would wrestle with the divine and carry the marks of that wrestling, a people who would know both blessing and suffering, glory and exile, and through it all would carry forward the extraordinary claim that began with one man's walk into the desert, that there is one God, that this God cares about justice and mercy, and that human beings are made in the divine image. The birth of the covenant was complete. Now it would be tested in ways no one could imagine. There is a terrible irony in how quickly privilege can turn to persecution. The family that arrived in Egypt as honored guests, protected by the power of Joseph the vizier, would within generations become a people crushed beneath the weight of empire. This is the way of human power. It forgets, and in forgetting, it destroys. Joseph died. His generation passed into memory, and then comes one of the most ominous sentences in all of ancient literature. A new king arose over Egypt who did not know Joseph. Consider what those words mean. Not just that this Pharaoh was unaware of history, but that he chose not to know, deliberately turned away from the debt his nation owed to the Hebrew who had saved them from famine. When power chooses amnesia, tragedy follows. The Hebrews had multiplied. What began as 70 people had become thousands, then tens of thousands. They were fruitful and increased greatly, the text tells us. Language that echoes back to creation itself: be fruitful and multiply. The covenant promised to Abraham descendants as numerous as the stars was manifesting despite exile from the promised land. But Pharaoh saw threat instead of blessing. Look, the people of Israel are too many and too mighty for us. Come, let us deal shrewdly with them, lest they multiply and, if war breaks out, they join our enemies and fight against us. It was the ancient logic of xenophobia, the foreigner as danger, the minority as conspiracy, difference as threat. So they set taskmasters over them to afflict them with heavy burdens. The Hebrews were forced to build supply cities for Pharaoh, Pithom, and Ramses, great monuments to imperial power, constructed with the sweat and blood of slaves. Imagine the labor. Mud and straw mixed with bare feet, formed into bricks under the merciless sun, thousands upon thousands of bricks hauling upward to construct warehouses and fortifications. The work was crushing, designed to break both body and spirit, but the more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied and spread. Life refused to be crushed, so Pharaoh escalated. He commanded the Hebrew midwives, the text names them Shifra and Puah, an extraordinary detail that elevates these women to heroes, to kill every Hebrew boy at birth. The girls could live, could be absorbed into Egyptian culture, but the boys, potential warriors and rebels, had to die. The midwives, however, feared God more than Pharaoh. They let the boys live and told Pharaoh a clever lie. The Hebrew women are not like Egyptian women. They are vigorous and give birth before we arrive. It was civil disobedience, at its most profound choosing, divine law over human decree, risking everything to preserve life. And because of their courage, the text tells us, God gave them families of their own. Pharaoh then issued a strict public decree: every Hebrew boy born must be thrown into the Nile. The river that gave Egypt life would become an instrument of death, a watery grave for infants. It was genocide, systematic and state-sponsored. Into this horror, a son was born to a Levite family. His mother looked at him and saw that he was beautiful, not just physically, but somehow essentially. The Hebrew suggests a quality beyond mere appearance. For 3 months she hid him, but eventually his cries would give them away, so she made a desperate plan. She took a basket, waterproofed it with pitch, placed her infant son inside, and set it among the reeds at the river's edge. His sister Miriam watched from a distance to see what would happen. The basket floated there, holding a tiny life suspended between death and possibility. And then Pharaoh's daughter came down to bathe in the river. She saw the basket, had it retrieved, and opened it. The baby cried. She recognized immediately what this was: a Hebrew child, condemned by her own father's decree. But something in her heart moved. She pitied him. Miriam, brave and quick-thinking, stepped forward. "Shall I go and call a nurse from the Hebrew women to nurse the child for you?" "Yes," Pharaoh's daughter said. And Miriam brought their own mother. "Take this child and nurse him for me, and I will give you wages," said the princess. The irony was exquisite. The mother paid to nurse her own son, the boy marked for death, now protected by the very household that decreed his destruction. When he was old enough, he was brought to Pharaoh's daughter, and she adopted him as her son. She named him Moses. She said, "Because I drew him out of the water." The name in Hebrew, Moshe, sounds like the word for draw out, but it also anticipates his destiny. He would draw an entire nation out of bondage. Moses grew up in Pharaoh's palace, educated in all the wisdom of Egypt. This was no small thing. Egypt was the superpower of the ancient world, possessing sophisticated knowledge of mathematics, medicine, engineering, and astronomy. Moses would have been trained in administration, literacy, perhaps military tactics. He lived as an Egyptian prince while his people suffered as slaves. The text is silent on what he thought during those years, but the tension must have been unbearable. One day, when he was grown, Moses went out to his people and looked on their burdens. He saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his people. He looked this way and that, and seeing no one, he struck down the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. Violence erupted in that moment, not the violence of oppression, which had been ongoing, but the violence of resistance. Moses had chosen a side. The next day he saw 2 Hebrews fighting and tried to intervene. "Why do you strike your companion?" But the man turned on him. "Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Do you mean to kill me as you killed the Egyptian?" Moses was terrified. The thing is known. When Pharaoh heard of it, he sought to kill Moses. The prince became a fugitive overnight, running for his life into the wilderness of Midian. He sat down by a well. Wells in ancient stories are always places where destiny unfolds. 7 daughters of a Midianite priest came to water their father's flock, but shepherds drove them away. Moses stood up and helped them. When they returned home early, their father Reuel asked why, and they explained, "An Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds." "Bring him to me," said Reuel. Moses stayed, married one of the daughters, Zipporah, and became a shepherd. He named their son Gershom, saying, "I have been a sojourner in a foreign land." Even in refuge, he felt displaced. 40 years passed. Moses, who began life in a basket on the Nile and grew up in a palace, now tended sheep in the desert. He was 80 years old, an old man by any measure, and if his life were to be measured by conventional success, it had been a failure. The prince had become a shepherd, the murderer a fugitive, the potential deliverer just another exile. And then came the day that changed everything. He led his flock beyond the wilderness to Horeb, the mountain of God, and there, in that desolate place, he saw something impossible. A bush was burning but not consumed, flames dancing among the branches, yet the leaves remained green. It defied nature, this burning that did not destroy. Moses turned aside to see this great sight, and when God saw that he turned aside, God called to him from the bush, "Moses, Moses." "Here I am," Moses replied. "Do not come near. Take off your sandals, for the place on which you are standing is holy ground." The voice identified itself. "I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." Moses hid his face, afraid to look at God. And then came words that would define the rest of his life and the history of his people. "I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt, and have heard their cry because of their taskmasters. I know their sufferings, and I have come down to deliver them," the divine had noticed. The suffering had not been invisible, the cries had not gone unheard. "I know their sufferings," 3 words that carried the weight of 400 years of bondage. And now, action. "Come, I will send you to Pharaoh that you may bring my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt." Moses recoiled. "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the children of Israel out of Egypt?" It was a reasonable question. He was an 80-year-old shepherd with a murder in his past and no credentials. But God replied, "I will be with you." Presence, not ability, would be the key. Moses pressed, "If I come to the people of Israel and tell them the God of their fathers has sent me, and they ask me his name, what shall I say?" And God spoke the most mysterious name in all of Scripture, "I am who I am." "Tell them I am has sent you." A name that was not really a name, that suggested existence itself, being beyond definition, presence that cannot be contained in language. Moses still resisted, cycling through objections. What if they do not believe me? God gave him signs: a staff that became a serpent, a hand that became leprous and was healed. Moses tried another excuse. "I am not eloquent. I am slow of speech and tongue." God's response was almost impatient. "Who has made man's mouth? Is it not I? Now go, and I will be with your mouth and teach you what to speak." Finally Moses pleaded, "Please send someone else." And God's anger burned. "Fine," he said, "your brother Aaron can speak for you. But you are going. Destiny does not take no for an answer." Moses returned to Egypt with Zipporah and their sons, carrying the staff of God. On the way, something strange and terrible happened. God met him and sought to put him to death. The text gives no explanation, but Zipporah quickly circumcised their son with a flint knife and touched Moses' feet with the foreskin, saying, "Surely you are a bridegroom of blood to me." The crisis passed. It was a dark reminder that covenant had requirements, that even the chosen deliverer was not exempt from the signs and obligations of the promise. Aaron met Moses in the wilderness, and together they went to the elders of Israel. They performed the signs, and the people believed. When they heard that the Lord had visited the people of Israel, and that he had seen their affliction, they bowed their heads and worshipped. Hope, after 4 centuries, had returned, but Pharaoh was unimpressed. Moses and Aaron appeared before him with their request. "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, let my people go." Pharaoh's response dripped with contempt. "Who is the Lord, that I should obey his voice and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and moreover, I will not let Israel go." Worse, Pharaoh responded to their request by increasing the burden. No longer would straw be provided for making bricks the Hebrews would have to gather their own straw while maintaining the same quota. The taskmasters were merciless. When the quotas were not met, the Hebrew foremen were beaten. The people turned on Moses and Aaron. "May the Lord look on you and judge, because you have made us stink in the sight of Pharaoh." Moses cried out to God, "Why have you done evil to this people? Why did you ever send me? Ever since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to this people, and you have not delivered your people at all." It was the anguished prayer of a leader watching his mission collapse, seeing suffering multiply instead of cease. But God replied, "Now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh." What followed was a confrontation between the God of the Hebrews and the divine claims of Egypt itself. Pharaoh was not merely a king, he was considered a god, the son of Ra, the incarnation of Horus. The plagues that would strike Egypt were not random disasters, but a systematic dismantling of Egyptian theology. Moses returned to Pharaoh again and again, "Let my people go," and again, Pharaoh refused. So the Nile turned to blood. The river that was Egypt's lifeline, worshipped as a god itself, became undrinkable, filled with dead fish, stinking and useless. Pharaoh's magicians replicated the trick with their secret arts, and Pharaoh's heart remained hard. Then came frogs, emerging from the Nile in such numbers that they filled houses, beds, ovens, and kneading bowls. Everywhere, frogs. The magicians produced more frogs, but they could not take them away. Pharaoh begged Moses to remove them, promised to let the people go. Moses prayed, the frogs died, and they were gathered into heaps until the land stank, and as soon as there was relief, Pharaoh hardened his heart and would not listen. Gnats came next, rising from the dust of the earth to cover humans and animals. This time the magicians could not replicate it. "This is the finger of God," they told Pharaoh, but his heart remained hard. Then came swarms of flies, filling the houses of the Egyptians, but notably absent from Goshen, where the Hebrews lived. The distinction was deliberate. This was not natural disaster, but purposeful judgment. A plague struck the livestock horses, donkeys, camels, herds, and flocks died in the field. But not one animal of the Israelites died. Pharaoh sent investigators to confirm this, and still he would not let the people go. Then boils broke out on humans and animals alike, painful sores that even the magicians could not endure, much less heal. The pattern continued with escalating severity. Hail fell from the sky, unprecedented in Egypt, mixed with fire, destroying every plant and tree in the field. Only in Goshen was there no hail. Pharaoh seemed to break. "I have sinned. The Lord is in the right, and I and my people are in the wrong." But as soon as the hail stopped, he hardened his heart again. Locusts came, carried on the east wind, a swarm so dense they covered the ground until it could not be seen, eating everything the hail had left. Pharaoh's servants begged him, "Let the men go. Do you not yet understand that Egypt is ruined?" But even after the locusts were driven into the Red Sea, Pharaoh's heart hardened. Then darkness fell, a darkness so thick it could be felt, lasting 3 days. No one could see another person or rise from where they were. It was primal terror, the sun god Ra himself seemingly extinguished. But the people of Israel had light where they lived. Pharaoh called Moses, "Go, serve the Lord. Your little ones may go with you. Only let your flocks and herds remain." But Moses refused partial liberation. "Not a hoof shall be left behind." Pharaoh raged. "Get away from me. See my face no more, for on the day you see my face you shall die." Moses agreed. "As you say, I will not see your face again. But first, one more plague." At midnight, the Lord himself would pass through Egypt, and every firstborn would die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh on his throne to the firstborn of the slave girl behind the handmill, and all the firstborn of the cattle. There would be a great cry throughout all Egypt, such as there had never been or would ever be again. The pronouncement hung in the air like a death sentence. This final plague was different from all the others. It would not be a natural phenomenon amplified, but death itself entering every Egyptian household. And for the first time, the Israelites had to take action to be spared. God gave Moses detailed instructions for what would become Passover. Each household was to select a lamb without blemish, keep it until the 14th day of the month, and then slaughter it at twilight. They were to take some of the blood and put it on the doorposts and lintel of their houses. That night they would roast the lamb and eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs, dressed and ready to travel, eating in haste. It was to be the Lord's Passover. And God said, "When I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will befall you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt." The blood would be a sign, a mark of protection, a visible declaration of belonging to the covenant. This meal, this night, was to be remembered forever, a memorial throughout all generations. At midnight it happened. The Lord struck down all the firstborn in Egypt, from Pharaoh's firstborn who sat on his throne to the firstborn of the captive in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of the livestock. Pharaoh rose in the night, he and all his servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where someone was not dead. The magnitude of this is almost impossible to comprehend. An entire nation experiencing simultaneous death, every family mourning, the screams and wailing rising into the night sky. The firstborn represented the future, the heir, the continuation of the family line. To lose them all at once was to lose hope itself. Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron in the night. "Up, go out from among my people, both you and the people of Israel. Go, serve the Lord, as you have said. Take your flocks and your herds and be gone, and bless me also." The Egyptians were urgent with the people to send them out of the land in haste, for they said, "We shall all be dead." The Israelites left, as their ancestors had entered quickly, without time for preparation. They took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading bowls wrapped in their cloaks. They asked the Egyptians for silver and gold jewelry and clothing, and the Egyptians gave it to them plunder, reparations for 400 years of unpaid labor. About 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children, plus a mixed multitude and livestock without number. A massive migration, a people fleeing in the night. They travelled from Ramesses to Succoth, their first steps as free people. But freedom, they would soon discover, is more complex than merely leaving slavery behind. The habits of bondage would prove harder to shed than chains. God did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near. The direct route would have taken them into immediate military conflict with the fortified cities guarding the coastal road. For God said, "Lest the people change their minds when they see war and return to Egypt." Instead, he led them by the way of the wilderness toward the Red Sea. The Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud to lead them along the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light. The divine presence, once confined to a burning bush or a voice from heaven, now became visible and constant, a cloud by day, fire by night, guiding and protecting. They were not alone in the wilderness. But back in Egypt, Pharaoh was having second thoughts. What is this we have done? We have let Israel go from serving us. The economics of losing an entire slave workforce suddenly seemed more pressing than grief. He made ready his chariot and took his army, 600 chosen chariots, and all the other chariots of Egypt, with officers over all of them. The most powerful military force in the ancient world pursued the fleeing slaves. The Israelites were camping by the sea when they saw the Egyptian army approaching. The chariots raised dust clouds visible for miles. Terror seized them. They cried out to the Lord, and then turned on Moses with bitter sarcasm. Is it because there are no graves in Egypt that you have taken us away to die in the wilderness? What have you done to us in bringing us out of Egypt? Did we not tell you in Egypt, leave us alone that we may serve the Egyptians? For it would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the wilderness. It was the first of many rebellions, the first expression of a pattern that would repeat throughout their wandering. When crisis came, they wished for Egypt, reimagining slavery as security, forgetting the brutality in favor of the familiar. Fear makes us lie to ourselves about the past. Moses responded with words that required impossible faith. Fear not, stand firm, and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will work for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you shall never see again. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be silent. But God told Moses, tell the people to go forward. The instruction must have seemed absurd, go forward into the sea. Yet Moses lifted his staff and stretched out his hand, and the Lord drove the sea back by a strong east wind all night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. Think about this moment. The sea, symbol of chaos from ancient times, split apart, the depths exposed. A path appeared where there had been only water. The Israelites went into the midst of the sea on dry ground, the waters being a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. Walls of water, held back by divine power, towering on either side as the nation walked through. The Egyptians pursued. Every horse of Pharaoh, his chariots and his horsemen followed them into the sea. In the morning watch, God looked down on the Egyptian army from the pillar of fire and cloud and threw them into panic. He clogged their chariot wheels so that they drove heavily. The Egyptians realized their mistake. Let us flee from before Israel, for the Lord fights for them against the Egyptians. But it was too late. Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the waters returned. The sea covered the chariots and the horsemen and all the host of Pharaoh that had followed them into the sea. Not one of them remained. The most powerful army in the world, with its sophisticated war technology and trained soldiers, drowned in the returning flood. The Israelites saw the Egyptians dead on the seashore. That day the Lord saved Israel from the hand of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the great power that the Lord used against the Egyptians. The people feared the Lord, and they believed in the Lord and in his servant Moses. Moses and the people sang a song of triumph. I will sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider he has thrown into the sea. It was victory expressed as poetry, theology rendered as music. Miriam the prophetess, Moses' sister, who had watched his basket float among the reeds, took a tambourine and led all the women in dance, singing the same refrain. They were free, genuinely, impossibly free. The empire that had enslaved them was broken, its army destroyed, its power over them dissolved. The path ahead was uncertain, but the path behind was closed. Egypt could no longer reclaim them, but freedom without formation is just chaos. Liberation without law leads nowhere. The people needed more than escape from bondage. They needed identity, structure, purpose. They needed to become a nation, not just a mass of refugees. The journey through the wilderness began to reveal how difficult the transformation would be. 3 days into the desert, they found no water. When they came to Marah, the water was bitter and undrinkable. The people grumbled against Moses. "What shall we drink?" Moses cried out to the Lord, who showed him a log that made the waters sweet. It was the first test, and God said, "If you will diligently listen to the voice of the Lord your God and do what is right in his eyes, I will put none of the diseases on you that I put on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord, your healer." They came to Elim, where there were 12 springs and 70 palm trees, and camped there by the water, a place of rest and abundance. But then came the wilderness of Sin, between Elim and Sinai. A month and a half after leaving Egypt, the whole congregation grumbled against Moses and Aaron. "Would that we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the meat pots and ate bread to the full. For you have brought us out into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger." Selective memory had turned Egypt into a place of plenty. They forgot the whips and the quotas and the dead children, remembering only full stomachs. This is what bondage does. It trains us to accept crumbs and call it enough. God responded not with punishment but with provision. "I am going to rain bread from heaven for you." Each morning, when the dew lifted, there was on the face of the wilderness a fine, flake-like thing, fine as frost. The people looked at it and said to one another, "What is it?" Moses told them, "It is the bread that the Lord has given you to eat." They called it manna, literally. "What is it?" And it tasted like wafers made with honey. There were rules for the manna. Each person was to gather only what they needed for that day. If they tried to hoard it, it bred worms and stank, except on the 6th day, when they could gather a double portion for the Sabbath. On the 7th day, no manna fell. It was a daily lesson in trust, in dependence, in recognizing that life comes as gift. For 40 years, every morning manna appeared. An entire generation ate bread that fell from heaven. At Rephidim, they had no water again. The people quarreled with Moses. "Give us water to drink. Why did you bring us up out of Egypt? To kill us and our children and our livestock with thirst." Moses cried to the Lord, "What shall I do with this people? They are almost ready to stone me." God told him to strike the rock at Horeb with his staff, and water would come out. Moses did, and water gushed forth. He named the place Massah and Meribah, testing and quarreling because the people tested the Lord, saying, "Is the Lord among us or not?" It was the central question. Despite the plagues, despite the parted sea, despite daily bread from heaven, they still doubted. Presence had to be proven again and again because human memory is short and anxiety is long. Then came war. The Amalekites attacked at Rephidim. Joshua, who would later lead Israel into Canaan, commanded the troops while Moses stood on top of the hill with the staff of God. Whenever Moses held up his hand, Israel prevailed, and whenever he lowered it, Amalek prevailed. Moses' hands grew heavy, so Aaron and Hur held them up, one on each side, until the sun set and Joshua defeated Amalek. It was a strange kind of warfare, where the real battle was not in the valley but on the hill, not in physical strength but in sustained intercession. 3 months after leaving Egypt, they came to Mount Sinai, the mountain where Moses had seen the burning bush, where God had commissioned him, now became the meeting place for an entire nation. They camped before the mountain, and Moses went up to God. The Lord called to him from the mountain, "Thus you shall say to the house of Jacob and tell the people of Israel, you yourselves have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, you shall be my treasured possession among all peoples, for all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, a treasured possession, a kingdom of priests, a holy nation." The identity was being defined not just free, but purposefully free, not just liberated, but consecrated. The covenant made with Abraham was about to be expanded and specified. The people agreed, "All that the Lord has spoken we will do." They consecrated themselves, washed their garments, and prepared for the third day. On the morning of the third day, there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud on the mountain, and a very loud trumpet blast, so that all the people in the camp trembled. Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet God, and they took their stand at the foot of the mountain. Mount Sinai was wrapped in smoke, because the Lord had descended on it in fire. The smoke of it went up like the smoke of a kiln, and the whole mountain trembled greatly. It was the theophany, the appearance of God in terms the people could perceive. Not the God who speaks in still small voices, but the God of power and majesty, too overwhelming to approach casually. The mountain burned and smoked and shook. The boundary between earth and heaven was thin, almost non-existent, and it was terrifying. Then God spoke. From the fire and cloud and thunder came words that would define civilization. "I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me." The 10 Commandments emerged from the mountain, carved not just in stone, but into the consciousness of humanity. No other gods, no graven images, no taking the divine name in vain. Remember the Sabbath. Honor father and mother. No murder, no adultery, no stealing, no false testimony, no coveting. These were not arbitrary rules, but the architecture of covenant community. They began with relationship to God and radiated outward to relationship with each other. They protected the vulnerable, the slave who needed rest, the parents who needed care, the neighbor who needed justice. The people heard the thunder and saw the lightning, and heard the sound of the trumpet, and saw the mountain smoking. They were afraid and trembled and stood far off. They said to Moses, "You speak to us, and we will listen, but do not let God speak to us, lest we die." Moses told them not to fear, that God came to test them, that the fear of him might keep them from sinning. But the people stood far off, while Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. There is something profound in this image. The people at a distance, Moses entering the cloud, the mediator between the overwhelming divine and the overwhelmed human. For 40 days and 40 nights, Moses was on the mountain receiving instructions. The tabernacle's design, the priesthood's organization, the festival's calendar, the law's details, all of it revealed on the mountain, a vision of how the holy could dwell among humanity. When God finished speaking with Moses on Mount Sinai, he gave him the 2 tablets of the testimony, tablets of stone, written with the finger of God. But while Moses was on the mountain receiving law, the people at its base were breaking it. 40 days seemed like abandonment. They gathered around Aaron and said, "Make us gods who shall go before us. As for this Moses, we do not know what has become of him." Aaron, incredibly, complied. He collected their gold earrings, melted them down, and fashioned a golden calf. "These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." He built an altar and proclaimed a feast. The people rose up early the next day and offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings and sat down to eat and drink and rose up to play. The language is almost euphemistic, "rose up to play," but the reality was idolatry, the fundamental betrayal of covenant. They had seen the plagues, crossed the sea, eaten manna, heard God speak from the mountain, and at the first moment of uncertainty, they turned to a statue. God told Moses what was happening below. "Your people have corrupted themselves. They have made a golden calf. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may burn hot against them, and I may consume them, in order that I may make a great nation of you." It was a test of Moses' leadership. Would he accept this offer, to start over with himself as the new Abraham? But Moses interceded. "Turn from your burning anger, and relent from this disaster against your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants to whom you swore by your own self." And the Lord relented from the disaster he had spoken of bringing on his people. Moses came down the mountain carrying the tablets of testimony. Joshua met him and heard the noise of the people shouting. As they approached the camp, and Moses saw the calf and the dancing, his anger burned hot. He threw the tablets and broke them at the foot of the mountain. He took the calf, burned it with fire, ground it to powder, scattered it on the water, and made the people drink it. He confronted Aaron. "What did this people do to you that you have brought such a great sin upon them?" Aaron's excuse was pathetic. "You know the people, that they are set on evil. They said, 'Make us gods.' So I said, 'Let any who have gold take it off.' And I threw it into the fire, and out came this calf, as if the idol had formed itself." Moses stood at the gate of the camp and said, "Who is on the Lord's side? Come to me." The sons of Levi gathered around him, and he commanded them to go through the camp with swords. About 3,000 men fell that day. It was brutal, necessary surgery on the body politic. Sin had to be purged, or it would destroy them all. Moses returned to the Lord and said, "Alas, this people has sinned a great sin. But now, if you will forgive their sin, and if not, please blot me out of your book that you have written." It was the prayer of a true shepherd, "Take me," instead of them. But God replied, "Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot out of my book. Go, lead the people to the place I have told you." Moses made new tablets and returned to the mountain. He stayed another 40 days, and God revealed himself. The Lord, a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abounding in steadfast love and faithfulness, keeping steadfast love for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, but who will by no means clear the guilty. It was the character of the divine laid bare, just and merciful, demanding and forgiving, holy and present. Moses bowed his head and worshipped. The tabernacle was built according to the pattern shown on the mountain, an intricate portable sanctuary with an outer court, a holy place, and a most holy place where the Ark of the Covenant would rest. The people contributed materials with such generosity that they had to be restrained from giving more. Bezalel and Oholiab, craftsmen filled with the Spirit, created beauty from their skills, embroidered curtains, hammered gold, carved wood, woven garments for the priests. When everything was complete, the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. The cloud covered the tent of meeting, and Moses was not able to enter because the glory dwelled there. From that day forward, the cloud by day and fire by night rested on the tabernacle, visible to all the people of Israel. When the cloud lifted, they travelled. When it remained, they stayed. The divine presence had a permanent address among them. The journey continued with its rhythms of complaint and provision, rebellion and mercy. The people grumbled about the manna. Our souls loathed this worthless food. God sent quail in such abundance it was piled 3 feet high around the camp, but also sent a plague for their contempt. Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses, questioning his unique authority, and Miriam was struck with leprosy until Moses interceded for her healing. The most devastating rebellion came when they reached the edge of the Promised Land itself. Moses sent 12 spies to scout Canaan, 1 from each tribe. They were gone 40 days, and returned with a cluster of grapes so large it took 2 men to carry it on a pole between them. "The land flows with milk and honey," they reported, "and this is its fruit. But," and here the report darkened, "the people who dwell in the land are strong, and the cities are fortified and very large. We seem to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seem to them." Only 2 of the 12, Joshua and Caleb, disagreed with this assessment. "The Lord is with us. Do not fear the people of the land. They are bread for us. Their protection is removed from them, and the Lord is with us." But the congregation wanted to stone them and appoint a new leader to return to Egypt. God had reached his limit. How long will this people despise me? How long will they not believe in me? I will strike them with pestilence and disinherit them. Again Moses interceded, reminding God of his own character, his mercy, his promise. And again God relented from total destruction, but judgment came nonetheless. Not one of you shall come into the land except Caleb and Joshua. Your little ones shall come in, but you shall fall in this wilderness. According to the number of days you spied out the land, 40 days, a year for each day, you shall bear your iniquity. 40 years, an entire generation would die in the wilderness. The adults who left Egypt would never enter the promise. Only their children, raised in the desert, formed by manna and wandering, would cross into Canaan. It was a devastating sentence, but also transformative. The slave mentality had to die before a free people could emerge. 40 years they wandered. The text speeds through decades and paragraphs, but imagine what those years meant: endless walking, temporary camps, children born and raised knowing only tents and manna, watching their parents age and die in the sand. The generation of the Exodus slowly disappeared, buried in unmarked graves across the Sinai Peninsula. Even Moses was not exempt from judgment. At Meribah, when the people complained yet again about water, God told Moses to speak to the rock. But Moses, perhaps exhausted by decades of complaint, struck the rock twice with his staff instead, saying, "Hear now, you rebels, shall we bring water for you out of this rock?" Water gushed forth. But God said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you did not believe in me, to uphold me as holy in the eyes of the people of Israel, therefore you shall not bring this assembly into the land I have given them." One act of frustration, one moment of taking credit instead of giving glory, and Moses would be barred from Canaan. It seems harsh until we understand that leadership of the covenant people required absolute faithfulness. Moses could see the land from Mount Nebo, but he could not enter it. The greatest prophet, the man who spoke with God face to face, would die before the promise was fulfilled. As the 40 years drew to a close, Moses gathered the people for final instructions. The book of Deuteronomy is his farewell sermon reviewing the law, recounting their history, pleading with them to choose life by obeying God's commands. "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your might." These words were to be on their hearts, taught to their children, talked about sitting and walking, lying down and rising, bound on their hands, fixed on their foreheads, written on their doorposts. He set before them blessing and curse, life and death. "I call heaven and earth to witness against you today, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life, that you and your offspring may live, loving the Lord your God, obeying his voice, and holding fast to him, for he is your life and length of days." Moses blessed each tribe individually, then climbed Mount Nebo to the top of Pisgah, across from Jericho. The Lord showed him all the land Gilead as far as Dan, all Naphtali, the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, all Judah as far as the western sea, the Negeb, and the valley of Jericho. "This is the land I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. I will give it to your offspring. I have let you see it with your eyes, but you shall not go over there." Moses died there in the land of Moab, and the Lord buried him in the valley, but no one knows the place of his burial to this day. He was 120 years old when he died. His eye was undimmed, and his vigor unabated. The people of Israel wept for Moses 30 days, and the days of weeping and mourning for Moses ended. There has not arisen a prophet since in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, none like him for all the signs and wonders that the Lord sent him to do in the land of Egypt, and for all the mighty power and all the great deeds of terror that Moses did in the sight of all Israel. The age of Moses ended. The age of Joshua began, a generation raised in freedom, knowing only covenant and law, stood at the edge of the Jordan River, ready at last to enter the land of promise. Behind them stretched 400 years of slavery and 40 years of wilderness. Ahead lay conquest, kingdoms, and a destiny none of them could fully comprehend. They had been transformed from slaves into a nation. They had received law and built a sanctuary. They had learned, slowly and painfully, what it meant to be the people of the covenant. The journey from bondage to freedom was not just geographical but spiritual, not just physical but theological. The Exodus would become the defining story of Judaism, rehearsed every year at Passover, referenced by prophets, remembered by every generation. It established the pattern. God hears the cry of the oppressed. God liberates. God makes covenant. God provides. God forgives. God remains faithful even when humans fail. From Pharaoh's palace to Sinai's thunder, from the parted sea to the wilderness manna, from the golden calf to the glowing tabernacle, the story proclaimed a revolutionary truth that the divine cares about justice, that freedom is possible, that a ragtag group of former slaves could become the carriers of divine purpose. The covenant born with Abraham had been tested by fire and refined in the wilderness. Now it would be planted in the land, and from that soil would grow kingdoms and prophets, psalms and wisdom, triumphs and tragedies beyond imagining. The story was far from over. In many ways, it was just beginning. There are moments when history holds its breath, when an entire people stands at a threshold, looking across at everything they have been promised but have not yet possessed. The Jordan River flowed before them, swollen with spring floods, and beyond it lay Canaan, the land flowing with milk and honey, the inheritance sworn to Abraham 400 years before. Joshua, son of Nun, stood where Moses had stood, bearing a burden no one else could carry. He was not Moses. He had not seen the burning bush or spoken with God face to face. He was a military commander, a faithful lieutenant who had spent 40 years in Moses' shadow. And now the shadow was gone, and the full light of leadership fell upon him. The Lord spoke to him directly. "Moses, my servant, is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, you and all this people, into the land that I am giving to them. Every place that the sole of your foot will tread upon I have given to you, just as I promised to Moses. Be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened, and do not be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go." 3 times in that commissioning, God told Joshua to be strong and courageous. Repetition in Scripture signals importance, and this triple injunction reveals something profound. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. Joshua was afraid. He had every reason to be, but he was called to move forward anyway. He sent spies to Jericho, the first city in their path, a fortress city with walls so thick that houses were built into them. The spies found refuge in the house of Rahab, a prostitute whose profession meant she dealt with travelers and strangers and knew how to keep secrets. When the king of Jericho sent soldiers to find them, Rahab hid the spies on her roof under stalks of flax and sent the soldiers on a false trail. Then she spoke words that revealed how widely the reputation of Israel had spread. "I know that the Lord has given you the land, and that the fear of you has fallen upon us, and that all the inhabitants of the land melt away before you. For we have heard how the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea before you when you came out of Egypt. The Lord your God, He is God in the heavens above and on the earth beneath." This foreign woman, outside the covenant, recognized what Israel itself often forgot, that their God was not merely tribal but universal, not merely powerful but supreme. She asked for mercy for herself and her family when the city fell, and the spies agreed. "When the time comes, hang a scarlet cord in your window and bring your family inside. We will spare that house." The spies returned to Joshua with their report. "Truly the Lord has given all the land into our hands, and all the inhabitants of the land melt away because of us." The psychological victory was already won. Fear had preceded them. The next morning, Joshua and all Israel set out and came to the Jordan. They camped there 3 days before crossing. Then Joshua commanded the officers, "When you see the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God being carried by the Levitical priests, then you shall set out and follow it." The ark would go first, not soldiers, not scouts, but the mitnot noi, gold-covered chest containing the tablets of the law, the pot of manna, and Aaron's rod. The presence of God would lead the way. As soon as the feet of the priests bearing the ark touched the edge of the water, the Jordan, flowing at flood stage, stopped. The water from upstream stood and rose up in a heap, far off at Adam, while the water flowing down to the sea of the Arabah, the salt sea, was completely cut off. The people crossed opposite Jericho on dry ground. It was the Red Sea all over again, but this time an entire generation who had not witnessed that miracle saw the same power. The waters obeyed. The impossible yielded. They crossed into the land with dry feet, and Joshua set up 12 stones at Gilgal as a memorial. When your children ask in time to come, "What do these stones mean to you?" then you shall tell them that the waters of the Jordan were cut off before the ark of the covenant of the Lord. Memory was essential. These stones would speak across generations, prompting the question that leads to the story, ensuring that the children born in the land would know the miracles that brought them there. At Gilgal, Joshua circumcised all the males born during the wilderness, wandering a generation that had not borne the sign of the covenant in their flesh. After they healed, they celebrated Passover in the land of Canaan. The day after Passover, they ate the produce of the land, unleavened cakes and parched grain, and the manna ceased the very next day. After 40 years of bread from heaven, they would now eat from the soil they had been promised. The miraculous provision stopped when natural provision became available. God does not sustain dependence longer than necessary. Joshua was near Jericho when he looked up and saw a man standing before him with a drawn sword. "Are you for us or for our adversaries?" Joshua challenged. "Neither," came the reply, "but I am the commander of the army of the Lord. Now I have come." Joshua fell on his face and worshipped. "Take off your sandals from your feet, for the place where you are standing is holy." It was an echo of Moses at the burning bush, another commander receiving a commission on holy ground. But notice the answer to Joshua's question. Neither for you nor for your adversaries. God was not Israel's weapon to be wielded. God had his own purposes, and Israel was invited to align with them, not the other way around. The instructions for taking Jericho were bizarre by any military standard. March around the city once a day for 6 days, with armed men going before the ark and priests blowing trumpets. On the 7th day, march around 7 times, and when you hear the long blast of the trumpet, all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall of the city will fall down flat. Imagine the discipline required. 6 days of marching in silence except for the trumpet blasts, while the people of Jericho watched from their walls, perhaps mocking, certainly confused. No siege engines, no scaling ladders, no assault just walking. It must have seemed ridiculous. But on the 7th day, after the 7th circuit, the trumpets blew long. Joshua commanded the people to shout, and they shouted a great shout. And the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight before him, and they captured the city. The walls of Jericho collapsed. Archaeology suggests various natural explanations: earthquake, erosion, flawed construction. But the timing is what matters. At the exact moment of obedience, when faith expressed itself in action, the impossible obstacle fell. The city was devoted to destruction. Everything in it killed except for Rahab and her household, who were brought out safely because of her protection of the spies. The conquest had begun. Victory followed victory as Joshua led Israel through the Central Highlands. The Canaanite city-states, never united, fell one by one. At Gibeon, the sun stood still, the day lengthened, so that Israel could complete a battle. At Hazor, in the north, the most powerful city in Canaan, Joshua burned the city and struck down its king. But the conquest was not total, and this would haunt them. Many Canaanites remained in the land, maintaining their cities and their gods. The tribes of Israel settled into their allotted territories, but instead of completing the conquest, they made accommodations, truces, treaties. The book of Joshua ends with triumph, but the book of Judges reveals the compromised reality that followed. Joshua gathered all Israel at Shechem for a covenant renewal ceremony. He recounted their history from Abraham to the present, then challenged them. Now therefore fear the Lord and serve him in sincerity and faithfulness. Put away the gods that your fathers served beyond the river and in Egypt, and serve the Lord. And if it is evil in your eyes to serve the Lord, choose this day whom you will serve. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. The people responded, Far be it from us that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods. But Joshua was skeptical. You are not able to serve the Lord, for he is a holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your transgressions or your sins. It was a strange response to their pledge, almost as if he knew them too well, understood their fickleness, anticipated their failure. Nevertheless, they made the covenant, and Joshua set up a large stone under the terebinth tree as a witness. This stone has heard all the words of the Lord that he spoke to us. It shall be a witness against you, lest you deal falsely with your God. Joshua died at the age of 110 and was buried in his allotted inheritance. And Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua and all the days of the elders who outlived Joshua and had known all the work that the Lord did for Israel. But then comes another ominous line. And all that generation also were gathered to their fathers. And there arose another generation after them, who did not know the Lord or the work that he had done for Israel. How does a generation forget? How do children raised by parents who witnessed miracles grow up ignorant of those very miracles? It is one of history's recurring tragedies, the failure to transmit memory, to make the past vivid enough that the future cares about it. The stones at Gilgal were meant to prompt questions, but apparently the questions stopped being asked, or the answers stopped being given with conviction. What followed was a cycle that would repeat throughout the period of the Judges, a spiral of failure and rescue that lasted roughly 300 years. The people of Israel did what was evil in the sight of the Lord and served the Baals. They abandoned the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had brought them out of Egypt. They went after other gods. So the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he gave them over to plunderers. He sold them into the hand of their surrounding enemies. Whenever they marched out, the hand of the Lord was against them for harm. They were in terrible distress. But then the Lord raised up judges, charismatic leaders, military deliverers, temporary saviors, who would rally the people and defeat their oppressors. As long as the judge lived, the Lord saved them. But whenever the judge died, the people would turn back and behave worse than their fathers, going after other gods, serving them, and bowing down to them. Think about this pattern. It reveals something profound about human nature and about faith. Security breeds complacency. Deliverance is forgotten once the danger passes. The dramatic rescue becomes a story. The story becomes routine. Routine becomes boring. And boredom opens the door to new gods that promise excitement or prosperity or power. The judges themselves were a fascinating collection of flawed heroes. Deborah was a prophetess, the only female judge, who held court under a palm tree and commanded the military leader Barak to fight against Sisera, the Canaanite commander. Barak agreed only if Deborah would go with him, a reversal of expected gender roles that she accepted. Though she prophesied that the honor for the victory would go to a woman, the battle was won through what appears to be a flash flood that disabled Sisera's iron chariots, the superior technology rendered useless by terrain and weather. Sisera fled on foot and took refuge in the tent of Jael, wife of Heber the Kenite. While he slept, exhausted, Jael took a tent peg and a hammer and drove the peg through his temple into the ground. So he died. When Barak arrived in pursuit, Jael went out to meet him and showed him the dead commander. The victory belonged to women Deborah the prophetess and Jael the assassin. Gideon was threshing wheat in a winepress, hiding from the Midianite raiders who had impoverished Israel for 7 years, when the angel of the Lord appeared and said, "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's response was quintessentially human. If the Lord is with us, why then has all this happened to us? And where are all his wonderful deeds that our fathers recounted to us? But now the Lord has forsaken us. God called him anyway. Go in this might of yours and save Israel. Do I not send you? Gideon protested his inadequacy. His clan was the weakest, and he was the least in his family. But God replied, I will be with you, and you shall strike the Midianites as one man. Gideon asked for signs. He put out a fleece of wool, let the fleece be wet with dew and the ground dry. Then the next night let the fleece be dry and the ground wet. God accommodated his hesitation. Gideon gathered an army of 32,000 men, but God said that was too many, lest Israel boast over me, saying my own hand has saved me. Through a series of tests, first sending home the fearful, then keeping only those who lapped water like dogs rather than kneeling to drink, the army was reduced to 300 men. 300 against the Midianites and Amalekites, who lay in the valley like locusts in abundance, with camels without number. God gave Gideon a final sign of encouragement. He overheard a Midianite telling another his dream of a barley cake tumbling into the camp and overturning a tent. His companion interpreted it. This is no other than the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, a man of Israel. God has given into his hand Midian and all the camp. Gideon divided his 300 men into 3 companies, gave each a trumpet and an empty jar with a torch inside. At midnight they surrounded the camp. At Gideon's signal they blew the trumpets, broke the jars to reveal the torches, and shouted, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon!" The Midianites, confused and panicked in the darkness, turned their swords on each other. The camp fled, and Israel pursued. Victory came not through numbers or skill, but through surprise, confusion, and divine intervention. After the victory, the people wanted to make Gideon king. "Rule over us, you and your son and your grandson also, for you have saved us from the hand of Midian." But Gideon refused. "I will not rule over you, and my son will not rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." It was a principled stand. Israel's king was God, and no human should take that title. Yet Gideon made a golden ephod from the spoils of battle and placed it in his city, and all Israel whored after it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and his family. Even righteous acts can lead to idolatry when good things become ultimate things. And as soon as Gideon died, the people of Israel turned again and whored after the Baals. Then came Samson, perhaps the most tragic of the judges. He was announced before birth by an angel, a Nazirite set apart from the womb, consecrated to God, never to drink wine or cut his hair. He was given superhuman strength to begin to save Israel from the Philistines. But his life was a study in wasted potential. He fell in love with a Philistine woman in Timnah against his parents' wishes. At the wedding feast, he posed a riddle to the Philistine groomsmen with a wager. When his bride wheedled the answer from him and gave it to her countrymen, Samson was furious. He went down to Ashkelon, struck down 30 men, took their spoil, and gave the garments to those who had told the riddle. His wife was given to another man, which led Samson to catch 300 foxes, tie torches to their tails, and release them into the Philistine grain fields, burning everything. Violence begat violence. The Philistines burned his wife and her father. Samson slaughtered many of them. They came up against Judah to capture him, And the men of Judah, afraid, bound Samson and handed him over. But when the Philistines came shouting against him, the ropes on his arms became as flax that has caught fire, and his bonds melted off his hands. He found a fresh jawbone of a donkey, and struck down 1,000 men with it. Again and again, his strength manifested, carrying off the gates of Gaza, breaking new ropes like thread. But his weakness was women, and specifically, his inability to keep a secret when they pressed him. Delilah, offered silver by the Philistine lords to discover the source of his strength, asked him repeatedly. 3 times he lied to her. 3 times she tested his lies and called in the Philistines, and 3 times he broke free easily. Finally, worn down by her nagging, he told her the truth. "A razor has never come upon my head, for I have been a Nazirite to God from my mother's womb. If my head is shaved, then my strength will leave me, and I shall become weak and be like any other man." Delilah lulled him to sleep on her lap, and had a man shave off the 7 locks of his head. The strength left him, but more significantly, the text says, the Lord had left him. He did not know that the Lord had left him the saddest line in his story. Samson had become so, accustomed to strength that he didn't notice when the source of it withdrew. The Philistines seized him, gouged out his eyes, brought him down to Gaza, and bound him with bronze shackles. He ground at the mill in the prison, but the hair of his head began to grow again. The Philistines gathered to offer a great sacrifice to Dagon their god and to rejoice, bringing Samson out to entertain them. They made him stand between the pillars of the temple. About 3,000 men and women were on the roof watching. Samson called to the Lord, "O Lord God, please remember me, and please strengthen me only this once, O God, that I may be avenged on the Philistines for my 2 eyes." He grasped the 2 middle pillars on which the house rested, and leaned his weight against them. "Let me die with the Philistines." He pushed with all his might, and the house fell upon the lords and all the people who were in it. So the dead, whom he killed at his death, were more than those whom he had killed during his life. It was a tragic end to a tragic life. A man given every advantage, called from birth, gifted with miraculous power, yet unable to master his own appetites. He saved Israel, but he could not save himself. He judged Israel for 20 years but never learned wisdom. His story is a warning about how strength without discipline leads to destruction. The book of Judges ends with increasingly dark stories: civil war, gang rape, mass slaughter, and the repeated refrain, "In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes." It was not a statement of freedom but of chaos, not liberty but license. Without central authority, without covenant faithfulness, without law respected and justice enforced, society descended into brutality. The answer, in human terms, seemed to be kingship. But kingship in Israel would prove complicated, beginning with a narrative that wove together 2 remarkable women and set the stage for Israel's greatest king. The story begins with Hannah, a woman tormented by barrenness, while her husband's other wife, Peninnah, had many children. Peninnah used to provoke her grievously to irritate her, the text says with painful honesty. Year after year, when they went to the house of the Lord at Shiloh, Hannah would weep and not eat. One year, in bitterness of soul, she prayed to the Lord and wept bitterly, making a vow, "O Lord of hosts, if you will indeed look on the affliction of your servant and remember me, and not forget your servant, but will give to your servant a son, then I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life." Eli the priest, watching her lips move silently, thought she was drunk. "How long will you go on being drunk? Put your wine away from you." But Hannah replied, "No, my lord, I am a woman troubled in spirit. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but I have been pouring out my soul before the Lord." Eli blessed her. "Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant your petition." She conceived and bore a son, and called his name Samuel, saying, "Because I have asked for him from the Lord." When he was weaned, she brought him to the house of the Lord at Shiloh with a sacrifice. And she said to Eli, "For this child I prayed, and the Lord has granted me my petition. Therefore I have lent him to the Lord. As long as he lives, he is lent to the Lord." Hannah's song of thanksgiving is one of the great prayers of Scripture, anticipating Mary's Magnificat centuries later. "My heart exults in the Lord. The bows of the mighty are broken, but the feeble bind on strength. He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes." Samuel grew up at the sanctuary, ministering before the Lord under Eli's tutelage. But Eli's own sons were worthless men who did not know the Lord and treated the offerings with contempt, taking meat by force and sleeping with the women who served at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Eli rebuked them weakly, but they did not listen. One night, the Lord called to Samuel. 3 times the boy ran to Eli, thinking the old priest had called him, and 3 times Eli sent him back to bed. Finally, Eli understood that the Lord was calling the child and told him, "If he calls you, say, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant hears.'" The message that came was devastating. "I am about to do something in Israel at which the 2 ears of everyone who hears of it will tingle. I am about to punish his house forever for the iniquity that he knew, because his sons were blaspheming God, and he did not restrain them." The priesthood would pass from Eli's house. Samuel, the prayed-for child, would become the last judge and first prophet of a new era. The word of the Lord proved true. The Philistines captured the Ark of the Covenant in battle, and Eli's 2 sons were killed. When news came, Eli fell over backward from his seat by the gate, broke his neck, and died. His daughter-in-law, in labor when she heard the news, gave birth to a son and named him Ichabod, saying, "The glory has departed from Israel, for the ark of God has been captured." But the ark proved troublesome for the Philistines. In every city where they placed it, tumors and plagues broke out. The statue of Dagon fell on its face before the ark and was broken. After 7 months, they returned the ark to Israel on a cart pulled by cows, desperate to be rid of it. Samuel led Israel for decades, circuit riding among the cities, judging disputes, and calling the people back to covenant faithfulness. But when he grew old, he appointed his sons as judges, and his sons did not walk in his ways but turned aside after gain. They took bribes and perverted justice. The elders of Israel came to Samuel and said, "Behold, you are old and your sons do not walk in your ways. Now appoint for us a king to judge us like all the nations." It was a rejection of the theocracy, the rule of God through prophets and judges. Samuel was displeased and prayed to the support, "Lord." And the Lord said, "Obey the voice of the people, for they have not rejected you, but they have rejected me from being king over them. But warn them solemnly and show them the ways of the king who shall reign over them." Samuel delivered the warning, "He will take your sons and appoint them to his chariots. He will take your daughters. He will take the best of your fields and vineyards. He will take the 10th of your grain and flocks. And in that day you will cry out because of your king, but the Lord will not answer you." But the people refused to listen. "No, but there shall be a king over us, that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles." To be like all the nations, the very thing they were called not to be, but God granted their request. The first king was Saul, son of Kish, a Benjaminite. He was handsome and impressive in appearance, taller than any of the people from his shoulders upward. He was looking for his father's lost donkeys when he came to Samuel, who anointed him privately as prince over Israel. Later, Samuel called all Israel together at Mizpah for a public selection by lot. The lot fell on Saul, but when they looked for him, he was hiding among the baggage. They brought him out, and when he stood among the people, he was taller than any of them. Saul's reign began with promise. When the Ammonites threatened Jabesh-Gilead with the horrifying terms, "We will gouge out the right eye of every one of you," Saul rallied Israel to a decisive victory. Samuel said to the people, "Come, let us go to Gilgal and there renew the kingdom." So all the people went and made Saul king before the Lord. But Saul's kingship began to unravel through a series of failures in obedience. When faced with a Philistine threat and Samuel's delay in arriving, Saul impatiently offered the burnt offering himself a priestly function, or he had no authority to perform. Samuel arrived just as the offering concluded. "You have done foolishly. You have not kept the command of the Lord your God. Now your kingdom shall not continue. The Lord has sought out a man after his own heart." Later, God commanded Saul to completely destroy the Amalekites, men, women, children, infants, oxen, sheep, camels, and donkeys. It was harsh judgment for what Amalek had done to Israel during the Exodus, but Saul and the people spared Agag the king and the best of the livestock. When Samuel confronted him, Saul made excuses. The people took the spoil to sacrifice to the Lord. Samuel's response became one of the most quoted prophetic statements. "Has the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to listen than the fat of rams. Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has also rejected you from being king." The Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and a harmful spirit from God tormented him. His servant suggested music therapy. "Let our Lord command your servants who are before you to seek out a man who is skillful in playing the lyre, and when the harmful spirit is upon you, he will play it, and you will be well." They found David, son of Jesse, a shepherd from Bethlehem who was skillful in playing, a man of valor, a man of war, prudent in speech, and a man of good presence. And the Lord is with him. David entered Saul's service as musician and armor-bearer. Whenever the harmful spirit came upon Saul, David would play the lyre, and Saul would be refreshed. But David's rise would prove to be Saul's torment. The Philistines gathered for war, and a champion came out from their camp, Goliath of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a span, over 9 feet tall, clad in bronze armor weighing 125 pounds, carrying a spear whose iron point weighed 15 pounds. For 40 days, morning and evening, he stood and taunted Israel. "Choose a man for yourselves, and let him come down to me. If he is able to fight with me and kill me, then we will be your servants. But if I prevail against him and kill him, then you shall be our servants." No one in Israel dared face him. David, who had brought provisions to his brothers in the army, heard the challenge and asked, "Who is this uncircumcised Philistine, that he should defy the armies of the living God?" When Saul heard of his willingness to fight, he sent for him. David said, "Let no man's heart fail because of him. Your servant will go and fight with this Philistine." Saul tried to give David his armor, but it was too heavy and unfamiliar. David took it off and instead chose 5 smooth stones from the brook, took his sling, and approached Goliath. The Philistine looked at him with disdain. "Am I a dog, that you come to me with sticks? Come to me, and I will give your flesh to the birds of the air and to the beasts of the field." David replied, "You come to me with a sword and with a spear and with a javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hand, and all this assembly may know that the Lord saves not with sword and spear, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give you into our hand." David ran toward Goliath, put his hand in his bag, took out a stone, slung it, and struck the Philistine on his forehead. The stone sank into his forehead, and he fell on his face to the ground. David ran, stood over him, took Goliath's sword, and cut off his head. When the Philistines saw that their champion was dead, they fled. It was the defining moment of David's life. From that day forward, his reputation grew. Saul set him over the men of war, and he was successful wherever Saul sent him. The women came out singing and dancing. Saul has struck down his thousands, and David his 10,000s. The comparison infuriated Saul. They have ascribed to David 10,000s, and to me they have ascribed thousands, and what more can he have but the kingdom? From that day on, Saul eyed David with jealousy and fear. Twice he hurled his spear at David while he was playing the lyre, seeking to pin him to the wall. David evaded him both times. Saul sent him on increasingly dangerous military missions, hoping he would be killed. But David had success in all his undertakings, for the Lord was with him. Saul became even more afraid, and remained David's enemy continually. Saul's son Jonathan loved David as his own soul, and made a covenant with him. He gave David his robe, his armor, his sword, his bow, and his belt symbols of succession, as if Jonathan was acknowledging David would be king instead of himself. When Saul's murderous intentions became clear, Jonathan helped David escape. For years David lived as a fugitive, hunted through the wilderness by Saul and 3,000 chosen men. He gathered around him everyone who was in distress, in debt, or discontented, about 400 men who became his loyal band. Twice David had opportunity to kill Saul, once when he found him sleeping in a cave, once when he came upon him sleeping in camp, but both times he refused. "He is the Lord's anointed," David said. "Who can put out his hand against the Lord's anointed and be guiltless?" The chase ended not by David's hand, but by Philistine swords. Saul consulted a medium to summon Samuel's spirit, an act of desperation and disobedience. Samuel's ghost gave him no comfort. "The Lord has torn the kingdom out of your hand and given it to David. Tomorrow you and your sons shall be with me, and the Lord will give the army of Israel into the hand of the Philistines." The next day, the Philistines fought against Israel on Mount Gilboa. The men of Israel fled, and the Philistines killed Jonathan and 2 of Saul's other sons. The battle pressed hard against Saul, and the archers found him, and he was badly wounded. He said to his armor-bearer, "Draw your sword and thrust me through with it, lest these uncircumcised come and thrust me through and mistreat me." But his armor-bearer would not, for he feared greatly. Therefore Saul took his own sword and fell upon it. When David heard the news, he tore his clothes and mourned and wept and fasted. He sang a lament, "Your glory, O Israel, is slain on your high places. How the mighty have fallen! Saul and Jonathan, beloved and lovely. In life and in death they were not divided. How the mighty have fallen!" There was no triumph in David's voice, no vindication, no "I told you so," only genuine grief for a fallen king and a beloved friend. It revealed David's character capable of mercy, of honor, of mourning even for the man who had spent years trying to kill him. David was anointed king over Judah at Hebron. He was 30 years old, but the northern tribes followed Saul's son Ishbosheth, creating a divided kingdom. A long war ensued, with David growing stronger and the house of Saul growing weaker. Eventually, Ishbosheth was murdered by his own men, and the elders of Israel came to David at Hebron. "Behold, we are your bone and flesh. In times past, when Saul was king over us, it was you who led out and brought in Israel. And the Lord said to you, 'You shall be shepherd of my people Israel.'" At age 37, David became king over all Israel. He immediately set out to capture Jerusalem, a Jebusite city that sat on the border between north and south, belonging to no tribe. It was strategically brilliant, a new capital, centrally located, owing allegiance to no particular tribal territory. The city was well fortified, and the Jebusites taunted, "You will not come in here, but the blind and the lame will ward you off." There are moments when history holds its breath, when an entire people stands at a threshold, looking across at everything they have been promised but have not yet possessed. The Jordan River flowed before them, swollen with spring floods, and beyond it lay Canaan the land, flowing with milk and honey, the inheritance sworn to Abraham 400 years before. Joshua son of Nun stood where Moses had stood, bearing a burden no one else could carry. He was not Moses. He had not seen the burning bush or spoken with God face to face. He was a military commander, a faithful lieutenant who had spent 40 years in Moses' shadow. And now the shadow was gone, and the full light of leadership fell upon him. The Lord spoke to him directly. "Moses, my servant, is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, you and all this people, into the land that I am giving to them. Every place that the sole of your foot will tread upon I have given to you, just as I promised to Moses. Be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened, and do not be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go." 3 times in that commissioning, God told Joshua to be strong and courageous. Repetition in Scripture signals importance, and this triple injunction reveals something. The profound courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. Joshua was afraid. He had every reason to be, but he was called to move forward anyway. He sent spies to Jericho, the first city in their path, a fortress city with walls so thick that houses were built into them. The spies found refuge in the house of Rahab, a prostitute whose profession meant she dealt with travelers and strangers and knew how to keep secrets. When the king of Jericho sent soldiers to find them, Rahab hid the spies on her roof under stalks of flax and sent the soldiers on a false trail. Then she spoke words that revealed how widely the reputation of Israel had spread. "I know that the Lord has given you the land, and that the fear of you has fallen upon us, and that all the inhabitants of the land melt away before you. For we have heard how the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea before you when you came out of Egypt. The Lord your God, He is God in the heavens above and on the earth beneath." This foreign woman outside the covenant recognized what Israel itself often forgot, that their God was not merely tribal but universal, not merely powerful but supreme. She asked for mercy for herself and her family when the city fell, and the spies agreed. "When the time comes, hang a scarlet cord in your window and bring your family inside. We will spare that house." The spies returned to Joshua with their report. "Truly the Lord has given all the land into our hands, and all the inhabitants of the land melt away because of us." The psychological victory was already won. Fear had preceded them. The next morning Joshua and all Israel set out and came to the Jordan. They camped there 3 days before crossing. Then Joshua commanded the officers, "When you see the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God being carried by the Levitical priests, then you shall set out and follow it." The ark would go first, not soldiers, not scouts, but the gold-covered chest containing the tablets of the law, the pot of manna, and Aaron's rod. The presence of God would lead the way. As soon as the feet of the priests bearing the ark touched the edge of the water, the Jordan, flowing at flood stage, stopped. The water from upstream stood and rose up in a heap, far off at Adam, while the water flowing down to the Sea of the Arabah, the Salt Sea, was completely cut off. The people crossed opposite Jericho on dry ground. It was the Red Sea all over again, but this time an entire generation who had not witnessed that miracle saw the same power. The waters obeyed. The impossible yielded. They crossed into the land with dry feet, and Joshua set up 12 stones at Gilgal as a memorial. When your children ask in time to come, "What do these stones mean to you?" then you shall tell them that the waters of the Jordan were cut off before the ark of the covenant of the Lord. Memory was essential. These stones would speak across generations, prompting the question that leads to the story, ensuring that the children born in the land would know the miracles that brought them there. At Gilgal, Joshua circumcised all the males born during the wilderness, wandering a generation that had not borne the sign of the covenant in their flesh. After they healed, they celebrated Passover in the land of Canaan. The day after Passover, they ate the produce of the land, unleavened cakes and parched grain. And the manna ceased the very next day. After 40 years of bread from heaven, they would now eat from the soil they had been promised. The miraculous provision stopped when natural provision became available. God does not sustain dependence longer than necessary. Joshua was near Jericho when he looked up and saw a man standing before him with a drawn sword. "Are you for us or for our adversaries?" Joshua challenged. "Neither," came the reply, "but I am the commander of the army of the Lord. Now I have come." Joshua fell on his face and worshipped. "Take off your sandals from your feet, for the place where you are standing is holy." It was an echo of Moses at the burning bush, another commander receiving a commission on holy ground. But notice the answer to Joshua's question: neither for you nor for your adversaries. God was not Israel's weapon to be wielded. God had his own purposes, and Israel was invited to align with them, not the other way around. The instructions for taking Jericho were bizarre by any military standard. March around the city once a day for 6 days, with armed men going before the ark and priests blowing trumpets. On the 7th day, march around 7 times, and when you hear the long blast of the trumpet, all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall of the city will fall down flat. Imagine the discipline required. 6 days of marching in silence except for the trumpet blasts, while the people of Jericho watched from their walls, perhaps mocking, certainly confused. No siege engines, no scaling ladders, no assault, just walking. It must have seemed ridiculous, but on the 7th day, after the 7th circuit, the trumpets blew long. Joshua commanded the people to shout, and they shouted a great shout, and the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight before him, and they captured the city. The walls of Jericho collapsed. Archaeology suggests various natural explanations: earthquake, erosion, flawed construction, but the timing is what matters. At the exact moment of obedience, when faith expressed itself in action, the impossible obstacle fell. The city was devoted to destruction, everything in it killed except for Rahab and her household, who were brought out safely because of her protection of the spies. The conquest had begun. Victory followed victory as Joshua led Israel through the central highlands. The Canaanite city-states, never united, fell one by one. At Gibeon, the sun stood still, the day lengthened so that Israel could complete a battle. At Hazor in the north, the most powerful city in Canaan, Joshua burned the city and struck down its king. But the conquest was not total, and this would haunt them. Many Canaanites remained in the land, maintaining their cities and their gods. The tribes of Israel settled into their allotted territories, but instead of completing the conquest, they made accommodations, truces, treaties. The book of Joshua ends with triumph, but the book of Judges reveals the compromised reality that followed. Joshua gathered all Israel at Shechem for a covenant renewal ceremony. He recounted their history from Abraham to the present, then challenged them. "Now therefore fear the Lord and serve him in sincerity and faithfulness. Put away the gods that your fathers served beyond the river and in Egypt, and serve the Lord. And if it is evil in your eyes to serve the Lord, choose this day whom you will serve, but as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." The people responded, "Far be it from us that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods." But Joshua was skeptical. "You are not able to serve the Lord, for he is a holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your transgressions or your sins." It was a strange response to their pledge, almost as if he knew them too well, understood their fickleness, anticipated their failure. Nevertheless, they made the covenant, and Joshua set up a large stone under the terebinth tree as a witness. This stone has heard all the words of the Lord that he spoke to us. It shall be a witness against you, lest you deal falsely with your God. Joshua died at the age of 110 and was buried in his allotted inheritance. And Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua and all the days of the elders who outlived Joshua and had known all the work that the Lord did for Israel. But then comes another ominous line, and all that generation also were gathered to their fathers. And there arose another generation after them, who did not know the Lord, or the work that he had done for Israel. How does a generation forget? How do children raised by parents who witnessed miracles grow up ignorant of those very miracles? It is one of history's recurring tragedies, the failure to transmit memory, to make the past vivid enough that the future cares about it. The stones at Gilgal were meant to prompt questions, but apparently the questions stopped being asked, or the answers stopped being given with conviction. What followed was a cycle that would repeat throughout the period of the Judges, a spiral of failure and rescue that lasted roughly 300 years. The people of Israel did what was evil in the sight of the Lord and served the Baals. They abandoned the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had brought them out of Egypt. They went after other gods. So the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he gave them over to plunderers. He sold them into the hand of their surrounding enemies. Whenever they marched out, the hand of the Lord was against them for harm. They were in terrible distress. But then the Lord raised up judges, charismatic leaders, military deliverers, temporary saviors, who would rally the people and defeat their oppressors. As long as the judge lived, the Lord saved them. But whenever the judge died, the people would turn back and behave worse than their fathers, going after other gods, serving them and bowing down to them. Think about this pattern. It reveals something profound about human nature and about faith. Security breeds complacency. Deliverance is forgotten once the danger passes. The dramatic rescue becomes a story. The story becomes routine. Routine becomes boring. And boredom opens the door to new gods that promise excitement or prosperity or power. The judges themselves were a fascinating collection of flawed heroes. Deborah was a prophetess, the only female judge, who held court under a palm tree and commanded the military leader Barak to fight against Sisera, the Canaanite commander. Barak agreed only if Deborah would go with him, a reversal of expected gender roles that she accepted, though she prophesied that the honor for the victory would go to a woman. The battle was won through what appears to be a flash flood that disabled Sisera's iron chariots, the superior technology rendered useless by terrain and weather. Sisera fled on foot and took refuge in the tent of Jael, wife of Heber the Kenite. While he slept, exhausted, Jael took a tent peg and a hammer and drove the peg through his temple into the ground. So he died. When Barak arrived in pursuit, Jael went out to meet him and showed him the dead commander. The victory belonged to women, Deborah the prophetess, and Jael the assassin. Gideon was threshing wheat in a winepress, hiding from the Midianite raiders who had impoverished Israel for 7 years, when the angel of the Lord appeared and said, "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's response was quintessentially human. If the Lord is with us, why then has all this happened to us? And where are all his wonderful deeds that our fathers recounted to us? But now the Lord has forsaken us. God called him anyway. "Go in this might of yours and save Israel. Do I not send you?" Gideon protested his inadequacy. His clan was the weakest, and he was the least in his family. But God replied, "I will be with you, and you shall strike the Midianites as one man." Gideon asked for signs. He put out a fleece of wool, let the fleece be wet with dew and the ground dry. Then the next night let the fleece be dry and the ground wet. God accommodated his hesitation. Gideon gathered an army of 32,000 men, but God said that was too many, lest Israel boast over me, saying, "My own hand has saved me." Through a series of tests, first sending home the fearful, Then, keeping only those who lapped water like dogs rather than kneeling to drink, the army was reduced to 300 men, 300 against the Midianites and Amalekites, who lay in the valley like locusts in abundance, with camels without number. God gave Gideon a final sign of encouragement. He overheard a Midianite telling another his dream of a barley cake tumbling into the camp and overturning a tent. His companion interpreted it, "This is no other than the sword of Gideon the son of Joash, a man of Israel. God has given into his hand Midian and all the camp." Gideon divided his 300 men into 3 companies, gave each a trumpet and an empty jar with a torch inside. At midnight they surrounded the camp. At Gideon's signal they blew the trumpets, broke the jars to reveal the torches, and shouted, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The Midianites, confused and panicked in the darkness, turned their swords on each other. The camp fled, and Israel pursued. Victory came not through numbers or skill, but through surprise, confusion, and divine intervention. After the victory, the people wanted to make Gideon king. "Rule over us, you and your son and your grandson also, for you have saved us from the hand of Midian." But Gideon refused. "I will not rule over you, and my son will not rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." It was a principled stand. Israel's king was God, and no human should take that title. Yet Gideon made a golden ephod from the spoils of battle and placed it in his city, and all Israel whored after it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and his family. Even righteous acts can lead to idolatry, when good things become ultimate things. And as soon as Gideon died, the people of Israel turned again and whored after the Baals. Then came Samson, perhaps the most tragic of the judges. He was announced before birth by an angel, a Nazirite set apart from the womb, consecrated to God, never to drink wine or cut his hair. He was given superhuman strength to begin to save Israel from the Philistines, but his life was a study in wasted potential. He fell in love with a Philistine woman in Timnah, against his parents' wishes. At the wedding feast, he posed a riddle to the Philistine groomsmen with a wager. When his bride wheedled the answer from him and gave it to her countrymen, Samson was furious. He went down to Ashkelon, struck down 30 men, took their spoil, and gave the garments to those who had told the riddle. His wife was given to another man, which led Samson to catch 300 foxes, tie torches to their tails, and release them into the Philistine grain fields, burning everything. Violence begat violence. The Philistines burned his wife and her father. Samson slaughtered many of them. They came up against Judah to capture him, and the men of Judah, afraid, bound Samson and handed him over. But when the Philistines came shouting against him, the ropes on his arms became as flax that has caught fire, and his bonds melted off his hands. He found a fresh jawbone of a donkey and struck down 1,000 men with it. Again and again, his strength manifested carrying off the gates of Gaza, breaking new ropes like thread. But his weakness was women, and specifically his inability to keep a secret when they pressed him. Delilah, offered silver by the Philistine lords to discover the source of his strength, asked him repeatedly. 3 times he lied to her. 3 times she tested his lies and called in the Philistines, and 3 times he broke free easily. Finally, worn down by her nagging, he told her the truth. "A razor has never come upon my head, for I have been a Nazirite to God from my mother's womb. If my head is shaved, then my strength will leave me, and I shall become weak and be like any other man." Delilah lulled him to sleep on her lap, and had a man shave off the 7 locks of his head. The strength left him, but more significantly, the text says, the Lord had left him. He did not know that the Lord had left him the saddest line in his story. Samson had become so accustomed to strength that he didn't notice when the source of it withdrew. The Philistines seized him, gouged out his eyes, brought him down to Gaza, and bound him with bronze shackles. He ground at the mill in the prison. but the hair of his head began to grow again. The Philistines gathered to offer a great sacrifice to Dagon their god and to rejoice, bringing Samson out to entertain them. They made him stand between the pillars of the temple. About 3,000 men and women were on the roof watching. Samson called to the Lord, "O Lord God, please remember me and please strengthen me only this once, O God, that I may be avenged on the Philistines for my 2 eyes." He grasped the 2 middle pillars on which the house rested and leaned his weight against them. "Let me die with the Philistines." He pushed with all his might, and the house fell upon the lords and all the people who were in it. So the dead whom he killed at his death were more than those whom he had killed during his life. It was a tragic end to a tragic life. A man given every advantage, called from birth, gifted with miraculous power, yet unable to master his own appetites. He saved Israel, but he could not save himself. He judged Israel for 20 years, but never learned wisdom. His story is a warning about how strength without discipline leads to destruction. The book of Judges ends with increasingly dark stories: civil war, gang rape, mass slaughter, and the repeated refrain, "In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes." It was not a statement of freedom but of chaos, not liberty but license, without central authority, without covenant faithfulness, without law respected and justice enforced. Society descended into brutality. The answer, in human terms, seemed to be kingship. But kingship in Israel would prove complicated, beginning with a narrative that wove together 2 remarkable women and set the stage for Israel's greatest king. The story begins with Hannah, a woman tormented by barrenness, while her husband's other wife, Peninnah, had many children. Peninnah used to provoke her grievously to irritate her, the text says with painful honesty. Year after year, when they went to the house of the Lord at Shiloh, Hannah would weep and not eat. One year, in bitterness of soul, she prayed to the Lord and wept bitterly, making a vow, "O Lord of hosts, if you will indeed look on the affliction of your servant, and remember me and not forget your servant, but will give to your servant a son, then I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life." Eli the priest, watching her lips move silently, thought she was drunk. "How long will you go on being drunk? Put your wine away from you." But Hannah replied, "No, my lord, I am a woman troubled in spirit. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but I have been pouring out my soul before the Lord." Eli blessed her, "Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant your petition." She conceived and bore a son and called his name Samuel, saying, "Because I have asked for him from the Lord." When he was weaned, she brought him to the house of the Lord at Shiloh with a sacrifice. And she said to Eli, "For this child I prayed, and the Lord has granted me my petition. Therefore I have lent him to the Lord. As long as he lives, he is lent to the Lord." Hannah's song of thanksgiving is one of the great prayers of Scripture, anticipating Mary's Magnificat centuries later. "My heart exults in the Lord. The bows of the mighty are broken, but the feeble bind on strength. He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes." Samuel grew up at the sanctuary, ministering before the Lord under Eli's tutelage. But Eli's own sons were worthless men who did not know the Lord and treated the offerings with contempt, taking meat by force and sleeping with the women who served at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Eli rebuked them weakly, but they did not listen. One night, the Lord called to Samuel. 3 times the boy ran to Eli, thinking the old priest had called him, and 3 times Eli sent him back to bed. Finally, Eli understood that the Lord was calling the child and told him, "If he calls you, say, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant hears.'" The message that came was devastating. "I am about to do something in Israel at which the 2 ears of everyone who hears of it will tingle. I am about to punish his house forever for the iniquity that he knew, because his sons were blaspheming God, and he did not restrain them." The priesthood would pass from Eli's house. Samuel, the prayed-for child, would become the last judge and first prophet of a new era. The word of the Lord proved true. The Philistines captured the Ark of the Covenant in battle, and Eli's 2 sons were killed. When news came, Eli fell over backward from his seat by the gate, broke his neck, and died. His daughter-in-law, in labor when she heard the news, gave birth to a son and named him Ichabod, saying, "The glory has departed from Israel, for the ark of God has been captured." But the ark proved troublesome for the Philistines. In every city where they placed it, tumors and plagues broke out. The statue of Dagon fell on its face before the ark and was broken. After 7 months, they returned the ark to Israel on a cart pulled by cows, desperate to be rid of it. Samuel led Israel for decades, circuit riding among the cities, judging disputes and calling the people back to covenant faithfulness. But when he grew old, he appointed his sons as judges, and his sons did not walk in his ways but turned aside after gain. They took bribes and perverted justice. The elders of Israel came to Samuel and said, "Behold, you are old, and your sons do not walk in your ways. Now appoint for us a king to judge us like all the nations." It was a rejection of the theocracy, the rule of God through prophets and judges. Samuel was displeased and prayed to the Lord. And the Lord said, "Obey the voice of the people, for they have not rejected you, but they have rejected me from being king over them. But warn them solemnly, and show them the ways of the king who shall reign over them." Samuel delivered the warning, "He will take your sons and appoint them to his chariots. He will take your daughters. He will take the best of your fields and vineyards. He will take the 10th of your grain and flocks. And in that day you will cry out because of your king, but the Lord will not answer you." But the people refused to listen. "No, but there shall be a king over us, that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles." To be like all the nations, the very thing they were called not to be. But God granted their request. The first king was Saul, son of Kish, a Benjaminite. He was handsome and impressive in appearance, taller than any of the people from his shoulders upward. He was looking for his father's lost donkeys when he came to Samuel, who anointed him privately as prince over Israel. Later, Samuel called all Israel together at Mizpah for a public selection by lot. The lot fell on Saul, but when they looked for him, he was hiding among the baggage. They brought him out, and when he stood among the people, he was taller than any of them. Saul's reign began with promise. When the Ammonites threatened Jabesh-Gilead with the horrifying terms, "We will gouge out the right eye of every one of you," Saul rallied Israel to a decisive victory. Samuel said to the people, "Come, let us go to Gilgal, and there renew the kingdom." So all the people went and made Saul king before the Lord. But Saul's kingship began to unravel through a series of failures in obedience. When faced with a Philistine threat and Samuel's delay in arriving, Saul impatiently offered the burnt offering himself a priestly function he had no authority to perform. Samuel arrived just as the offering concluded. "You have done foolishly. You have not kept the command of the Lord your God. Now your kingdom shall not continue. The Lord has sought out a man after his own heart." Later, God commanded Saul to completely destroy the Amalekites: men, women, children, infants, oxen, sheep, camels, and donkeys. It was harsh judgment for what Amalek had done to Israel during the Exodus. But Saul and the people spared Agag the king and the best of the livestock. When Samuel confronted him, Saul made excuses. The people took the spoil to sacrifice to the Lord. Samuel's response became one of the most quoted prophetic statements. "Has the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to listen than the fat of rams. Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has also rejected you from being king." The Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and a harmful spirit from God tormented him. His servants suggested music therapy. "Let our Lord, Command your servants who are before you to seek out a man who is skillful in playing the lyre, and when the harmful spirit is upon you, he will play it, and you will be well." They found David, son of Jesse, a shepherd from Bethlehem who was skillful in playing, a man of valor, a man of war, prudent in speech, and a man of good presence, and the Lord is with him. David entered Saul's service as musician and armor-bearer. Whenever the harmful spirit came upon Saul, David would play the lyre, and Saul would be refreshed. But David's rise would prove to be Saul's torment. The Philistines gathered for war, and a champion came out from their camp, Goliath of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a span. Over 9 feet tall, clad in bronze armor weighing 125 pounds, carrying a spear whose iron point weighed 15 pounds. For 40 days, morning and evening, he stood and taunted Israel. "Choose a man for yourselves, and let him come down to me. If he is able to fight with me and kill me, then we will be your servants. But if I prevail against him and kill him, then you shall be our servants." No one in Israel dared face him. David, who had brought provisions to his brothers in the army, heard the challenge and asked, "Who is this uncircumcised Philistine, that he should defy the armies of the living God?" When Saul heard of his willingness to fight, he sent for him. David said, "Let no man's heart fail because of him. Your servant will go and fight with this Philistine." Saul tried to give David his armor, but it was too heavy and unfamiliar. David took it off and instead chose 5 smooth stones from the brook, took his sling, and approached Goliath. The Philistine looked at him with disdain. "Am I a dog, that you come to me with sticks? Come to me, and I will give your flesh to the birds of the air and to the beasts of the field." David replied, "You come to me with a sword and with a spear and with a javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hand, and all this assembly may know that the Lord saves not with sword and spear, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give you into our hand." David ran toward Goliath, put his hand in his bag, took out a stone, slung it, and struck the Philistine on his forehead. The stone sank into his forehead, and he fell on his face to the ground. David ran, stood over him, took Goliath's sword, and cut off his head. When the Philistines saw that their champion was dead, they fled. It was the defining moment of David's life. From that day forward, his reputation grew. Saul set him over the men of war, and he was successful wherever Saul sent him. The women came out singing and dancing. Saul has struck down his thousands, and David his 10,000s. The comparison infuriated Saul. They have ascribed to David 10,000s, and to me they have ascribed thousands. And what more can he have but the kingdom? From that day on, Saul eyed David with jealousy and fear. Twice he hurled his spear at David while he was playing the lyre, seeking to pin him to the wall. David evaded him both times. Saul sent him on increasingly dangerous military missions, hoping he would be killed. But David had success in all his undertakings, for the Lord was with him. Saul became even more afraid, and remained David's enemy continually. Saul's son Jonathan loved David as his own soul and made a covenant with him. He gave David his robe, his armor, his sword, his bow, and his belt symbols of succession, as if Jonathan was acknowledging David would be king instead of himself. When Saul's murderous intentions became clear, Jonathan helped David escape. For years, David lived as a fugitive, hunted through the wilderness by Saul and 3,000 chosen men. He gathered around him everyone who was in distress, in debt, or discontented, about 400 men who became his loyal band. Twice David had opportunity to kill Saul, once when he found him sleeping in a cave, once when he came upon him sleeping in camp, but both times he refused. "He is the Lord's anointed," David said. "Who can put out his hand against the Lord's anointed and be guiltless?" The chase ended not by David's hand, but by Philistine swords. Saul consulted a medium to summon Samuel's spirit, an act of desperation and disobedience. Samuel's ghost gave him no comfort. "The Lord has torn the kingdom out of your hand and given it to David. Tomorrow you and your sons shall be with me, and the Lord will give the army of Israel into the hand of the Philistines." The next day the Philistines fought against Israel on Mount Gilboa. The men of Israel fled, and the Philistines killed Jonathan and 2 of Saul's other sons. The battle pressed hard against Saul, and the archers found him, and he was badly wounded. He said to his armor-bearer, "Draw your sword and thrust me through with it, lest these uncircumcised come and thrust me through and mistreat me." But his armor-bearer would not, for he feared greatly. Therefore Saul took his own sword and fell upon it. When David heard the news, he tore his clothes and mourned and wept and fasted. He sang a lament, "Your glory, O Israel, is slain on your high places. How the mighty have fallen! Saul and Jonathan, beloved and lovely. In life and in death they were not divided. How the mighty have fallen!" There was no triumph in David's voice, no vindication, no "I told you so," only genuine grief for a fallen king and a beloved friend. It revealed David's character capable of mercy, of honor, of mourning even for the man who had spent years trying to kill him. David was anointed king over Judah at Hebron. He was 30 years old, but the northern tribes followed Saul's son Ishbosheth, creating a divided kingdom. A long war ensued, with David growing stronger and the house of Saul growing weaker. Eventually, Ishbosheth was murdered by his own men, and the elders of Israel came to David at Hebron. "Behold, we are your bone and flesh. In times past, when Saul was king over us, it was you who led out and brought in Israel. And the Lord said to you, 'You shall be shepherd of my people Israel.'" At age 37, David became king over all Israel. He immediately set out to capture Jerusalem, a Jebusite city that sat on the border between north and south, belonging to no tribe. It was strategically brilliant, a new capital, centrally located, owing allegiance to no particular tribal territory. The city was well fortified, and the Jebusites taunted, "You will not come in here, but the blind and the lame will ward you off." But David's men found a way through the water shaft, captured the stronghold, and David made it his city of David. He brought the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem with great celebration, dancing before the Lord with all his might, wearing a linen ephod. His wife Michal, Saul's daughter, despised him in her heart for this undignified display. But David responded, "I will make myself yet more contemptible than this, and I will be abased in your eyes." It was worship without self-consciousness, joy without calculation. Michal remained childless to the day of her death, a tragedy that also meant Saul's line would not continue through David. David's military victories were spectacular. He defeated the Philistines decisively, ending their centuries-long threat. He conquered the Moabites, the Arameans, the Edomites, the Ammonites. He made alliances with Hiram, king of Tyre, who sent cedar trees and carpenters and masons to build David a house. The kingdom stretched from the border of Egypt to the Euphrates River, the boundaries God had promised to Abraham. For the first and perhaps only time in history, Israel controlled all the territory covenanted to their ancestors. David administered justice and equity to all his people. He showed kindness to Mephibosheth, Jonathan's crippled son, restoring Saul's land to him and giving him a permanent place at the royal table. It was loyalty to covenant friendship extending beyond death, grace to the grandson of his enemy. Then, at the height of his power, David fell. In the spring, when kings go out to battle, David remained in Jerusalem. One evening, he arose from his couch and walked on the roof of the king's house. From the roof he saw a woman bathing, and the woman was very beautiful. He inquired about her, "Is not this Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite?" He sent messengers and took her, and she came to him, and he lay with her. Then she returned to her house. And the woman conceived, and she sent and told David, I am pregnant. It was adultery, compounded by the abuse of royal power. Bathsheba had no real choice in the matter when the king summons, You come. David tried to cover up his sin. He brought Uriah back from the battlefield, hoping he would sleep with his wife and the pregnancy could be attributed to him. But Uriah, out of loyalty to his fellow soldiers still in the field, refused to go home. The ark and Israel and Judah dwell in booths, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord are camping in the open field. Shall I then go to my house, to eat and to drink, and to lie with my wife? As you live, I will not do this thing. His integrity exposed David's lack of it. So David escalated. He sent a letter to Joab, the commander, set Uriah in the forefront of the hardest fighting, and then draw back from him, that he may be struck down and die. Joab obeyed. Uriah died in battle along with several other soldiers. David married Bathsheba after her time of mourning, but the thing that David had done displeased the Lord. God sent Nathan the prophet to David with a parable. There were two men in a certain city, the one rich and the other poor. The rich man had very many flocks and herds, but the poor man had nothing but one little ewe lamb. A traveller came to the rich man, and instead of taking from his own flock, he took the poor man's lamb and prepared it for his guest. David's anger burned against the man. As the Lord lives, the man who has done this deserves to die, because he did this thing and had no pity. Nathan looked at the king and said, You are the man. It was confrontation at its most courageous. Nathan risked everything to speak truth to power. He continued, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I anointed you king over Israel. I delivered you out of the hand of Saul. I gave you your master's house and your master's wives. And if this were too little, I would add to you as much more. Why have you despised the word of the Lord, to do what is evil in his sight? You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and have taken his wife to be your wife. Now therefore the sword shall never depart from your house. David's response was immediate and unqualified. I have sinned against the Lord. No excuses, no justifications, no blame shifting, just confession. Nathan replied, The Lord also has put away your sin. You shall not die. Nevertheless, because by this deed you have utterly scorned the Lord, the child who is born to you shall die. The child became ill. David fasted and lay all night on the ground, pleading with God. On the seventh day, the child died. David's servants were afraid to tell him, but when he perceived they were whispering, he asked, Is the child dead? They said, He is dead. Then David arose from the earth and washed and anointed himself and changed his clothes. He went into the house of the Lord and worshipped. Then he went to his own house, and when he asked, they set food before him, and he ate. His servants were perplexed. While the child was alive, you fasted and wept, but when the child died, you arose and ate food. David explained, While the child was still alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, Who knows whether the Lord will be gracious to me? But now he is dead. Can I bring him back again? I shall go to him, but he will not return to me. It was a theology of acceptance in the face of loss, a recognition of human limits and divine sovereignty. David comforted Bathsheba, and she conceived again and bore a son, and he called his name Solomon, and the Lord loved him. But Nathan's prophecy proved devastatingly accurate. The sword never departed from David's house. His son Amnon raped his half-sister Tamar. Her full brother Absalom waited 2 years, then had Amnon murdered. Absalom fled and remained in exile for 3 years. David allowed him to return but refused to see him for 2 more years. a kind of emotional exile that festered. Eventually reconciled with his father, Absalom began to undermine David's authority. He would stand by the gate of the city and intercept those coming to the king for judgment. "Oh, that I were judge in the land! Then every man with a dispute could come to me, and I would give him justice." He stole the hearts of the men of Israel with flattery and false promises. After 4 years, Absalom went to Hebron and had himself proclaimed king. A messenger came to David. "The hearts of the men of Israel have gone after Absalom." David fled Jerusalem with his household and his loyal soldiers. As he left, he wept as he went, barefoot, and with his head covered, a king reduced to refugee, humiliated by his own son's rebellion. The betrayal was compounded by Ahithophel, David's trusted counselor, who joined Absalom. David prayed, "O Lord, please turn the counsel of Ahithophel into foolishness." God answered by sending Hushai to infiltrate Absalom's court and give bad advice that would delay pursuit. This gave David time to cross the Jordan and gather forces. The decisive battle took place in the forest of Ephraim. David commanded his men, "Deal gently for my sake with the young man Absalom. Even in rebellion, even in attempted patricide, David loved his son." The battle turned against Absalom's forces. 20,000 men fell. Absalom fled on a mule, but his head caught in the thick branches of an oak tree, and the mule went on, leaving him hanging between heaven and earth. Joab, David's commander, found him there and drove 3 javelins through his heart, directly disobeying David's command. They threw Absalom's body into a great pit in the forest and raised over it a very great heap of stones. The rebellion was over, but the victory was hollow. When David heard that Absalom was dead, he went up to the chamber over the gate and wept. And as he went, he said, "O my son Absalom, my son Absalom! Would I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son!" It is one of the most heartbreaking cries in all of literature, a father's grief transcending all considerations of justice or politics or even self-preservation. David returned to Jerusalem, but his final years were troubled. Another son, Adonijah, tried to seize the throne. A 3-year famine came because of Saul's treatment of the Gibeonites. David took a census against God's instruction, and a plague killed 70,000 people. The triumphs of his youth gave way to the tragedies of his age. Yet, through it all, David was called a man after God's own heart, not because he was sinless, his sins were spectacular and public, but because his repentance was genuine. Psalm 51, written after Nathan's confrontation, remains the most profound expression of contrition in human literature. "Have mercy on me, O God, according to your steadfast love. Against you, you only, have I sinned and done what is evil in your sight. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me." David was complex warrior and poet, king and shepherd, sinner and psalmist. He killed Goliath and murdered Uriah. He danced before the Lord and committed adultery. He unified Israel and saw his family destroy itself through violence and betrayal. In his contradictions, he was profoundly human. As David lay dying, he charged Solomon, "I am about to go the way of all the earth. Be strong, and show yourself a man, and keep the charge of the Lord your God, walking in his ways and keeping his statutes." Then Solomon sat on the throne of David his father, and his kingdom was firmly established. Solomon began his reign by asking God for wisdom. At Gibeon, the Lord appeared to Solomon in a dream. "Ask what I shall give you." Solomon replied, "Give your servant an understanding mind to govern your people, that I may discern between good and evil." It pleased the Lord that Solomon had asked this. God said, "Because you have not asked for long life or riches or the life of your enemies, but have asked for understanding, behold, I give you a wise and discerning mind, so that none like you has been before you, and none like you shall arise after you." The famous judgment of the 2 women claiming the same baby demonstrated this wisdom. Both women had given birth, but one baby died. Each claimed the living child. Solomon called for a sword. Divide the living child in two, and give half to the one and half to the other. One woman said, "Let it be done." But the other cried out, "O my lord, give her the living child, do not kill him." Solomon knew immediately, "She is the mother. Give her the living child." Solomon's wisdom brought him international fame. The Queen of Sheba came from the ends of the earth to test him with hard questions. When she saw his wisdom, the house he had built, the food of his table, the seating of his officials, the attendance of his servants, she said, "The report was true that I heard in my own land of your words and of your wisdom, but I did not believe the reports until I came and my own eyes had seen it. And behold, the half was not told me." But Solomon's greatest achievement was the temple. David had wanted to build it, but God told him, "You have shed much blood. Your son shall build a house for my name." Solomon conscripted laborers, imported cedars from Lebanon, quarried enormous stones, overlaid the interior with pure gold. It took 7 years to build. The temple was 60 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high, not enormous by ancient standards, but the richness of its materials and the precision of its construction were unparalleled. When the ark was brought in and placed in the inner sanctuary beneath the cherubim, the priests could not stand to minister because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord filled the house. Solomon stood before the altar and spread out his hands toward heaven. But will God indeed dwell on the earth? Behold, heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you. How much less this house that I have built? Yet hear the prayer of your servant. The temple became the center of Israelite worship, the place where God's name dwelt, the destination of pilgrimage 3 times a year for festivals. It was a statement in stone that Israel had arrived, that the wandering was over, that the covenant had found permanent expression. Solomon's reign was Israel's golden age. He spoke 3,000 proverbs, and his songs were 1,005. He spoke of trees, from the cedar in Lebanon to the hyssop that grows out of the wall. He spoke also of beasts, and of birds, and of reptiles, and of fish. People of all nations came to hear the wisdom of Solomon. His wealth was legendary, 666. Talents of gold came to him in 1 year, not including revenue from merchants and traders. He made silver as common in Jerusalem as stone, and cedar as plentiful as sycamore, but the seeds of collapse were already germinating. Solomon loved many foreign women, the daughter of Pharaoh, and Moabite, Ammonite, Edomite, Sidonian, and Hittite women. He had 700 wives and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart after other gods, and his heart was not wholly true to the Lord his God, as was the heart of David his father. He built high places for Chemosh, the god of Moab, and for Molech, the god of the Ammonites. The king who built the temple also built shrines to idols. The Lord was angry with Solomon and said, "Since this has been your practice, and you have not kept my covenant, I will surely tear the kingdom from you. However, I will not do it in your days, for the sake of David your father, but I will tear it out of the hand of your son." The taxes required to maintain Solomon's building projects and lavish court became oppressive. Forced labor drafts alienated the northern tribes. When Solomon died after reigning 40 years, his son Rehoboam went to Shechem to be made king. The people, led by Jeroboam, asked for relief. "Your father made our yoke heavy. Now therefore lighten the hard service of your father and his heavy yoke on us, and we will serve you." Rehoboam consulted the old men who had served his father. They advised conciliation. "If you will be a servant to this people today and speak good words to them, then they will be your servants forever." But Rehoboam rejected their counsel and consulted the young men who had grown up with him. They advised harshness. "My little finger is thicker than my father's thighs. Whereas my father laid on you a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke. My father disciplined you with whips, but I will discipline you with scorpions. It was catastrophically bad judgment. When Rehoboam delivered this message, the northern tribes rebelled. What portion do we have in David? To your tents, O Israel. Look now to your own house, David. Israel went to their tents. They made Jeroboam king over all Israel, and only the tribe of Judah followed the house of David. The united kingdom shattered. Within 3 generations of David from his grandson, the realm split in 2. The Golden Age lasted barely 80 years. Everything built with such effort fractured along tribal lines that had never fully healed. And yet, those 80 years established something that would endure far beyond political unity. The Psalms of David, the Proverbs of Solomon, the memory of the temple, the ideal of a kingdom under God, these would outlast empires. The liturgy and poetry, the wisdom and worship that emerged from this brief golden age would shape Jewish identity for 3,000 years and influence half the world. The conquest was complete. The kingdom was established. The temple was built. The promise to Abraham land, descendants, blessing, had found fulfillment beyond anything the patriarch could have imagined when he first left Ur. But fulfillment, history teaches us, is often just the beginning of a new and more difficult chapter. There is something particularly tragic about watching unity dissolve. Not the sudden catastrophe of earthquake or invasion, but the slow fracturing along old fault lines, the gradual realization that what was once whole can never be made whole again. The division of Israel's kingdom was not a clean break, but a hemorrhage, slow, painful, and ultimately fatal to both halves. The northern kingdom took the name Israel, though sometimes it was called Ephraim after its dominant tribe. 10 tribes strong, more populous, more economically prosperous, controlling the fertile valleys and major trade routes. The southern kingdom kept the name Judah, smaller, poorer, but possessing Jerusalem and the temple, the spiritual heart that would prove more durable than any economic advantage. Jeroboam, the first king of the northern kingdom, faced an immediate theological crisis. If his people continued going to Jerusalem for the festivals, their hearts would turn back to the house of David. So he made 2 golden calves and set them up, one in Bethel, one in Dan. Behold your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. It was an echo of Aaron's sin at Sinai, history repeating itself with willful blindness to the consequences. A man of God came from Judah and cried against the altar at Bethel. Behold, a son shall be born to the house of David, Josiah by name, and he shall sacrifice on you the priests of the high places. It was a prophecy that would take 300 years to fulfill, but it hung over the northern kingdom like a sentence of doom. Jeroboam reached out his hand to seize the prophet, and his hand dried up so that he could not draw it back. The altar split apart, its ashes poured out a sign impossible to ignore. Yet Jeroboam did not turn from his evil way. The pattern was set. For 200 years, the northern kingdom cycled through 19 kings from 9 different dynasties. Not one of them, the biblical text repeats like a refrain, did what was right in the eyes of the Lord. Coups, assassinations, political instability became the norm. Nadab reigned 2 years before Baasha murdered him. Elah reigned 2 years before Zimri killed him. Zimri reigned 7 days before committing suicide, as Omri besieged him. Violence begat violence in an endless spiral. Yet in the midst of this chaos, prophets arose. Not priests tied to institutional religion, not court advisers dependent on royal favor, but wild, uncompromising figures who spoke truth regardless of consequence. They were God's counterpoint to faithless kings, voices crying out in the wilderness of apostasy. The greatest of these was Elijah the Tishbite. He appeared suddenly in the narrative, without introduction or genealogy, announcing to King Ahab, "As the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, before whom I stand, there shall be neither dew nor rain these years, except by my word." Then he vanished into the wilderness, fed by ravens at the brook Cherith, later sustained miraculously by a widow at Zarephath, whose flour and oil never ran out despite the famine. Ahab had married Jezebel, daughter of the king of Sidon, and she brought with her the worship of Baal, the Canaanite storm god, giver of rain and fertility. She killed the prophets of the Lord and established 450 prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of Asherah, all eating at her table. The syncretism that Solomon had tolerated became, under Jezebel's influence, an aggressive state-sponsored campaign to replace the worship of the Lord entirely. 3 years into the drought, Elijah returned and challenged Ahab, "Send and gather all Israel to me at Mount Carmel and the 450 prophets of Baal." It was to be a test, a public demonstration of which God was real. 2 bulls were prepared for sacrifice, one for Baal's prophets and one for Elijah. Whichever God answered by fire would be proven true. The prophets of Baal went first. From morning until noon they called on Baal's name, dancing around the altar. But there was no voice. No one answered. No one paid attention. At noon Elijah mocked them. "Cry aloud, for he is a god. Either he is musing, or he is relieving himself, or he is on a journey, or perhaps he is asleep and must be awakened." They cried louder and cut themselves with swords and lances until blood gushed out. But there was no voice, no answer, no response. Then Elijah repaired the altar of the Lord that had been thrown down. He dug a trench around it, arranged the wood, cut the bull in pieces, and laid it on the wood. Then he did something extraordinary. He had them drench everything with water 3 times until the water ran around the altar and filled the trench. It was a demonstration of supreme confidence, making the miracle harder, eliminating any possibility of trickery. At the time of the evening sacrifice, Elijah prayed, "O Lord, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known this day that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant, and that I have done all these things at your word. Answer me, O Lord. Answer me, that this people may know that you, O Lord, are God, and that you have turned their hearts back." Then the fire of the Lord fell and consumed the burnt offering, and the wood and the stones and the dust, and licked up the water that was in the trench. When all the people saw it, they fell on their faces and said, "The Lord, he is God. The Lord, he is God." Elijah commanded them to seize the prophets of Baal, and he brought them down to the brook Kishon and slaughtered them there. Then he told Ahab, "Go up, eat and drink, for there is a sound of the rushing of rain." Elijah went up to the top of Carmel and bowed himself down on the earth and put his face between his knees. 6 times his servant looked toward the sea and saw nothing. The 7th time he reported, "Behold, a little cloud like a man's hand is rising from the sea. The heavens grew black with clouds and wind, and there was a great rain. The drought was broken. The Lord, not Baal, controlled the weather." But when Jezebel heard what Elijah had done, she sent a messenger. "So may the gods do to me and more also, if I do not make your life as the life of one of them by this time tomorrow." Elijah, who had just called down fire from heaven, fled for his life. He went a day's journey into the wilderness, sat down under a broom tree, and prayed, "It is enough. Now, O Lord, take away my life, for I am no better than my fathers." It was the crash after the adrenaline, the despair that follows triumph, the realization that one spectacular victory had not changed the fundamental reality. Jezebel still reigned. Baal worship continued. The people's repentance was shallow and temporary. Elijah was exhausted, alone, and wanted to die. An angel touched him and said, "Arise and eat." There was bread and water. He ate and drank and lay down again. The angel came a 2nd time. "Arise and eat, for the journey is too great for you." So he ate and drank and went in the strength of that food 40 days and 40 nights to Horeb, the mount of God, back to Sinai, back to where Moses had received the covenant, as if searching for the source. There he lodged in a cave, and the word of the Lord came to him. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" He poured out his complaint. "I have been very jealous for the Lord. The people of Israel have forsaken your covenant, thrown down your altars, and killed your prophets with the sword. And I, even I only, am left, and they seek my life to take it away." God told him, "Go out and stand on the mount before the Lord." And behold, the Lord passed by, and a great and strong wind tore the mountains and broke in pieces the rocks before the Lord. But the Lord was not in the wind. And after the wind an earthquake, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. And after the earthquake a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire the sound of a low whisper. When Elijah heard it, he wrapped his face in his cloak and went out and stood at the entrance of the cave. The voice asked again, "What are you doing here, Elijah?" He repeated his complaint word for word, as if he hadn't heard or couldn't process what had just happened. Sometimes despair makes us deaf even to divine revelation. But God gave him tasks. Anoint new kings, anoint Elisha as prophet to succeed you, and then a correction to his self-pity. "Yet I will leave 7,000 in Israel, all the knees that have not bowed to Baal." Elijah was not alone. His perception of total abandonment was wrong. God had preserved a remnant. Elijah found Elisha ploughing with 12 yoke of oxen. He cast his cloak over him, a symbolic transfer of prophetic authority. Elisha slaughtered his oxen, burned his ploughing equipment, and followed Elijah. The old prophet was training his successor, preparing for the day when his ministry would end. That day came dramatically. They were walking together, and Elijah said to Elisha, "Ask what I shall do for you before I am taken from you." Elisha replied, "Please, let there be a double portion of your spirit on me." It was the request of a firstborn son for his inheritance. Elijah said, "You have asked a hard thing, yet if you see me as I am being taken from you, it shall be so." As they walked and talked, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated them, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. Elisha saw it and cried out, my father, the chariots of Israel and its horsemen." He took hold of his own clothes and tore them in 2 pieces. Then he took up the cloak of Elijah that had fallen from him and struck the water with it. When the water parted, he crossed over. The spirit of Elijah rested on Elisha. Elisha's ministry lasted over 50 years, spanning the reigns of multiple kings. He performed twice as many recorded miracles as Elijah, the double portion manifested. He purified poisoned water, multiplied oil for a widow, raised a Shunammite woman's son from death, healed Naaman, the Syrian general of leprosy, made an iron axe head float. His miracles tended toward provision and healing rather than judgment, a different personality expressing the same prophetic calling. But neither Elijah's fire nor Elisha's miracles fundamentally altered Israel's trajectory. The northern kingdom continued its political instability and religious apostasy. Jehu, anointed by Elisha to destroy the house of Ahab, carried out a brutal purge. He killed Ahab's son Joram, had Jezebel thrown from a window where dogs ate her flesh, slaughtered 70 sons of Ahab, killed 42 relatives of Judah's king, and gathered all the worshippers of Baal in a temple and massacred them. He eliminated Baal worship from Israel, yet the text notes, "But Jehu did not turn aside from the sins of Jeroboam. The golden calves remained." Meanwhile, Judah experienced its own cycles of faithfulness and apostasy, though with more stability due to the Davidic dynasty. Some kings were reformers. Asa removed male cult prostitutes and foreign altars. Jehoshaphat sent Levites throughout the land to teach the law. Hezekiah would later tear down high places and break pillars, but others led the people into idolatry as deep as anything in the north. The international situation was deteriorating. Assyria was rising in the east, the most brutal military machine the ancient world had yet seen. Their tactics were designed to terrorize mass deportations, impalement, flaying alive. They left carved reliefs depicting their atrocities, wanting everyone to know what happened to those who resisted. They were not merely conquering territory but systematically destroying national identities, scattering populations so thoroughly that resistance became impossible. Amos, a shepherd from Tekoa in Judah, prophesied against Israel during a time of prosperity under Jeroboam II. The kingdom was wealthy, the borders were secure, but underneath the prosperity was rot. Amos attacked their complacency. Woe to those who lie on beds of ivory and stretch themselves on their couches, and eat lambs from the flock and calves from the midst of the stall, who sing idle songs to the sound of the harp. They drink wine in bowls and anoint themselves with the finest oils, but are not grieved over the ruin of Joseph. He pronounced judgment. An adversary shall surround the land and bring down your defences from you, and your strongholds shall be plundered. Only a few would escape, like a shepherd rescues from the mouth of the lion 2 legs or a piece of an ear. The specificity was chilling, not total escape, just fragments. Hosea prophesied during the same period, but with a different message. God commanded him to marry Gomer, a woman of whoredom, and have children of whoredom, for the land commits great whoredom by forsaking the Lord. It was a living parable. Hosea married her, had children with her, and she was unfaithful. He had to buy her back from slavery. The entire agonizing experience mirrored God's relationship with Israel, betrayed, grieving, yet still seeking to redeem. Through Hosea, God spoke. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more they were called, the more they went away. They kept sacrificing to the Baals. Yet it was I who taught Ephraim to walk. I took them up by their arms, but they did not know that I healed them. How can I give you up, O Ephraim? How can I hand you over, O Israel? My heart recoils within me. My compassion grows warm and tender. It was divine pathos. God portrayed not as distant judge, but as wounded lover, betrayed parent, aching with the desire for reconciliation even while pronouncing judgment. The prophets revealed that Israel's sin was not merely legal transgression, but relational betrayal. In 722, before Christ, the patience of Assyria and the patience of God both reached their end. Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up against Samaria, the capital of Israel, and besieged it. After 3 years, the city fell. The king of Assyria carried Israel away to Assyria and placed them in Halah, and on the Habor, the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. The 10 northern tribes were scattered across the Assyrian Empire and replaced by populations from Babylon, Cutha, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim. These mixed with the remaining Israelites to form the Samaritans, a people who would be despised by Jews for centuries because of this mixed heritage. The text offers theological commentary. This occurred because the people of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God, who had brought them up out of the land of Egypt. They feared other gods and walked in the customs of the nations. They did secretly against the Lord their God things that were not right. The northern kingdom was gone. 10 tribes effectively disappeared from history. The cities that had been founded by Joshua, the territories allotted to the tribes, the altars built by the patriarchs, all swallowed by empire. Samaria, where Ahab had built his ivory palace, became a provincial capital of Assyria. The golden calves at Bethel and Dan were hauled away as plunder. The kingdom that had rebelled against the house of David lasted just 200 years before ceasing to exist. Judah survived, but not because it was more righteous. It survived because it was smaller, less threatening, more willing to pay tribute. King Ahaz of Judah had actually invited Assyrian intervention against Syria and Israel, making Judah a vassal state. He saw an Assyrian altar in Damascus and had a replica built in Jerusalem, pushing aside the bronze altar Solomon had dedicated. The temple itself was compromised by political expedients. But then came Hezekiah, one of the great reforming kings. He removed the high places and broke the pillars and cut down the Asherah. He even broke in pieces the bronze serpent that Moses had made, for until those days the people of Israel had made offerings to it. Even holy objects can become idols when they displace the holy God. He trusted in the Lord, the God of Israel, so that there was none like him among all the kings of Judah after him, nor among those who were before him. Hezekiah rebelled against Assyria and refused to serve the king of Assyria. It was extraordinarily bold, perhaps foolhardy. In 701 before Christ, Sennacherib king of Assyria came up against all the fortified cities of Judah and took them. 46 cities fell. An Assyrian inscription records, "As for Hezekiah the Judahite, I besieged 46 of his fortified cities. 200,150 people I brought out from them. Himself I shut up like a caged bird in Jerusalem, his royal city, and Jerusalem was surrounded." Sennacherib's field commander stood outside the walls and shouted propaganda in Hebrew so the people could understand. "Do not let Hezekiah deceive you, for he will not be able to deliver you. Do not let Hezekiah make you trust in the Lord by saying, 'The Lord will surely deliver us.' Has any of the gods of the nations ever delivered his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim? Have they delivered Samaria out of my hand?" It was a calculated psychological assault. Look at what happened to Samaria. Look at what happened to every other nation that resisted. Your God is no different from their gods. Surrender is your only option. Hezekiah took the letter from the messengers, went up to the house of the Lord, and spread it before the Lord. He prayed, "O Lord, the God of Israel, enthroned above the cherubim, you are the God, you alone, of all the kingdoms of the earth. You have made heaven and earth. Incline your ear and hear. Open your eyes and see. Truly, O Lord, the kings of Assyria have laid waste the nations and their lands, and have cast their gods into the fire, for they were not gods but the work of men's hands. So now, O Lord our God, save us from his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you, O Lord, are God alone." Isaiah the prophet sent word to Hezekiah, "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, because you have prayed to me concerning Sennacherib king of Assyria, this is the word that the Lord has spoken. He shall not come into this city or shoot an arrow there. By the way that he came, by the same he shall return." That night the angel of the Lord went out and struck down 185,000 in the camp of the Assyrians. When people arose early in the morning, behold, these were all dead bodies. Sennacherib departed and returned home to Nineveh. Assyrian records are silent on this catastrophe, as military records tend to be when disaster strikes, but Sennacherib never returned to Judah. Jerusalem was delivered. The impossible survival became testament to those who prayed in faith. But Hezekiah's son Manasseh undid all his reforms and more. He reigned 55 years, the longest reign of any Judean king, and he did evil in the sight of the Lord. He rebuilt the high places his father had destroyed, erected altars for Baal, made an Asherah pole, worshipped the host of heaven. He built altars in the temple itself, in the house of which the Lord had said, "In Jerusalem I will put my name." He made his son pass through fire child sacrifice, the ultimate abomination. He shed very much innocent blood, till he had filled Jerusalem from one end to another. The text says, "The Lord said by his servants the prophets, because Manasseh has done these abominations, I will bring upon Jerusalem and Judah such disaster that the ears of everyone who hears of it will tingle." I will wipe Jerusalem as one wipes a dish, wiping it and turning it upside down. Josiah, Manasseh's grandson, came to the throne at age 8. In the 18th year of his reign, during temple repairs, the high priest Hilkiah found the book of the law. When it was read to Josiah, he tore his clothes in horror. Great is the wrath of the Lord that is kindled against us, because our fathers have not obeyed the words of this book. Huldah the prophetess, one of the few women given such prominence in the narrative, confirmed the coming judgment, but promised Josiah he would die in peace before it came. Josiah launched the most comprehensive reform in Judah's history. He destroyed every high place from Geba to Beersheba. He broke down the houses of the male cult prostitutes that were in the house of the Lord. He defiled the high place where kings had made their sons pass through fire. He slaughtered all the priests of the high places on their altars and burned human bones on them. He went to Bethel in the former northern kingdom and desecrated the altar Jeroboam had made, fulfilling the 300-year-old prophecy. Then he renewed the covenant. All the people joined in the covenant. They celebrated Passover as it had not been kept since the days of the judges. No such Passover had been kept since the days of Samuel. For all this commitment and reform, the text adds one of the most heartbreaking lines. Still the Lord did not turn from the burning of his great wrath, by which his anger was kindled against Judah, because of all the provocations with which Manasseh had provoked him. The damage was too deep. The trajectory was set. Josiah died young, killed in battle at Megiddo when he tried to intercept Pharaoh Necho. His sons and grandson who followed him were weak, vacillating, making foolish alliances. The international situation had shifted. Assyria was collapsing, and Babylon was rising to take its place. Jeremiah began prophesying during Josiah's reign and continued for 40 years, through the final collapse. His message was unpopular, even dangerous. Babylon would conquer, Jerusalem would fall, the temple would be destroyed. The only hope for survival was surrender. It sounded like treason. He was beaten, put in stocks, thrown into a cistern, repeatedly imprisoned. But Jeremiah also wept. His book is soaked in tears. Oh, that my head were waters, and my eyes a fountain of tears, that I might weep day and night for the slain of the daughter of my people. He didn't pronounce judgment gleefully, but grieved over the coming catastrophe. For the wound of the daughter of my people is my heart wounded. I mourn, and dismay has taken hold on me. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Other prophets said what the kings wanted to hear: peace, prosperity, divine protection. The temple is here, God's house. He will never let it be destroyed. Jeremiah called them liars. Do not trust in these deceptive words. This is the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord. Will you steal, murder, commit adultery, swear falsely, make offerings to Baal, and go after other gods, and then come and stand before me in this house and say, we are delivered only to go on doing all these abominations? In 605, before Christ, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, defeated Egypt at Carchemish and became the dominant power in the region. Judah became a Babylonian vassal. 3 years later, King Jehoiakim rebelled. Nebuchadnezzar came up and besieged Jerusalem. Jehoiakim died, and his 18-year-old son Jehoiakim reigned 3 months before surrendering. Nebuchadnezzar carried him away to Babylon, along with 10,000 captives, all the officials, the mighty men of valor, the craftsmen, the smiths. Only the poorest people of the land were left. Among the captives was a young priest named Ezekiel, who had become a prophet in exile. Also taken was a young man named Daniel, who would rise to prominence in the Babylonian court. The first deportation was a warning, a demonstration of power. Nebuchadnezzar installed Zedekiah, Jehoiachin's uncle, as king of Judah. For 11 years Zedekiah vacillated. Jeremiah counseled submission. Other prophets counseled resistance. Egypt made promises of support. Finally, Zedekiah rebelled. In 588, before Christ, Nebuchadnezzar returned with his entire army. They laid siege to Jerusalem, building siege works all around. The city was sealed off. No food could enter. No one could escape. The siege lasted 2.5 years. Famine became so severe that mothers ate their own children. Disease ravaged the crowded city. People died in the streets. Still, Zedekiah would not surrender, perhaps because he knew what awaited him, perhaps because he could not bring himself to trust Jeremiah's word. In 586, before Christ, the walls were breached. The city of David, which had never fallen to an enemy, which had stood for 400 years, was broken open. Zedekiah and his soldiers fled by night, but the Babylonians pursued and captured him in the plains of Jericho. They slaughtered his sons before his eyes, then put out his eyes and bound him in chains and took him to Babylon. The last thing he saw was his sons dying. Nebuzaradan, the captain of the Babylonian guard, came to Jerusalem. He burned the house of the Lord and the king's house, and all the houses of Jerusalem. Every great house he burned down. All the army of the Chaldeans broke down the walls around Jerusalem. Solomon's temple, which had stood for nearly 400 years, was systematically dismantled. The bronze pillars, the bronze sea, the stands, all the vessels, everything was broken into pieces and carried to Babylon. The captain of the guard took Sariah the chief priest, and Zephaniah the second priest, and the 3 keepers of the threshold. From the city he took an officer who commanded the men of war, 5 men of the king's council, the secretary, and 60 men of the people of the land. Nebuzaradan brought them to the king of Babylon at Riblah, and the king of Babylon struck them down and put them to death. So Judah was taken into exile out of its land. The kingdom founded by David, blessed by Solomon, reformed by Josiah, defended by Hezekiah erased. The land promised to Abraham lay empty, its cities burned, its fields untended. The covenant people were scattered among the nations. The temple was rubble. The ark of the covenant was lost and never seen again. Jeremiah remained in Jerusalem among the ruins with the poorest remnant. He wrote Lamentations, 5 poems of overwhelming grief. How lonely sits the city that was full of people. How like a widow has she become, she who was great among the nations. She weeps bitterly in the night, with tears on her cheeks. Among all her lovers she has none to comfort her. But even in Lamentations, in the middle of the darkest poem, a flicker of hope. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. It was not optimism but faith, not denial but defiant trust that even this catastrophe was not the final word. Before the fall, Jeremiah had prophesied something extraordinary. Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, not like the covenant that I made with their fathers. But this is the covenant that I will make. I will put my law within them, and I will write it on their hearts. And I will be their God, and they shall be my people. A new covenant, not written on stone tablets but on hearts, not external but internal, not enforced by political power but embraced by transformed desire. The old covenant had failed not because God was unfaithful but because stone commandments could not change stone hearts. The destruction was complete. The northern kingdom had fallen in 722 before Christ. The southern kingdom fell in 586. Before Christ, the united monarchy had lasted 80 years. The divided monarchy lasted 350 years. From peak to ruin, 500 years of kingdom collapsed into exile. Everything tangible was gone. All that remained were memories, texts, stories, and the mysterious persistence of identity. The people of the covenant were about to discover whether covenant could survive the total destruction of everything that had seemed to embody it. There are moments in history when the impossible becomes inevitable, when the arc of events bends in ways no one could have predicted, when empires fall overnight and exiles return home, carrying nothing but hope and memory. The Babylonian exile should have been the end of Israel's story. Instead, it became a new beginning. By the waters of Babylon, there we sat down and wept when we remembered Zion. The exiles hung their harps on the willow trees. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a foreign land? It was the lament of displacement, the grief of a people torn from everything that had anchored their identity. If I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget its skill. Let my tongue stick to the roof of my mouth if I do not remember you. But they did not forget. In Babylon, far from the temple and the land, Judaism began to transform. Without sacrifices, prayer became central. Without the temple, the Torah became the focus of communal life. The synagogue emerged not as a replacement for the temple, but as a house of study and prayer, portable and reproducible. Wherever 10 Jewish men gathered, there could be a minyan, a quorum for worship. The exile forced innovation, and innovation ensured survival. The prophets who accompanied them into exile offered both judgment and hope. Ezekiel, taken in the first deportation, had bizarre visions of divine glory departing the temple, of wheels within wheels, of a valley full of dry bones coming to life. "Can these bones live?" God asked. And Ezekiel replied, "O Lord God, you know." Then God commanded, "Prophesy to these bones. Say to them, O dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. I will cause breath to enter you, and you shall live." As Ezekiel prophesied, there was a rattling, and the bones came together, bone to its bone. Sinews and flesh came upon them, and skin covered them. Then breath entered them, and they lived and stood on their feet, an exceedingly great army. The interpretation was explicit. These bones are the whole house of Israel. They say, "Our bones are dried up, and our hope is lost. Therefore prophesy. Behold, I will open your graves and raise you from your graves, O my people, and I will bring you into the land of Israel." It was resurrection language applied to a nation. Death was not final. The exile was not the end. God would restore what seemed irretrievably lost. Daniel, taken as a young man in the first deportation, rose to prominence in Nebuchadnezzar's court. He and his friends Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, renamed Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, maintained their Jewish identity even while serving foreign kings. When commanded to bow to a golden statue, the 3 friends refused. "If our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, he will deliver us. But if not, be it known to you, O king, that we will not serve your gods or worship the golden image." They were thrown into a furnace heated 7 times hotter than usual. But when the king looked, he saw 4 men unbound, walking in the midst of the fire, and they are not hurt. And the appearance of the 4th is like a son of the gods. They emerged unsinged, not even smelling of smoke. It was a demonstration that covenant faithfulness could survive even in the heart of empire, that maintaining identity did not require territorial sovereignty. Daniel himself faced a similar test years later under Darius the Mede, when a decree forbade petitions to any god or man except the king for 30 days. Daniel continued praying 3 times a day toward Jerusalem, his windows open. He was thrown into a den of lions, but God sent an angel who shut the lions' mouths, and Daniel was lifted out unharmed. "My God sent his angel and shut the lions' mouths, and they have not harmed me, because I was found blameless before him." These stories circulated among the exiles, narratives of courage, of divine protection, of identity maintained against pressure to assimilate. They were not merely entertaining tales, but theological claims. The God of Israel was sovereign even in Babylon, powerful even when the temple lay in ruins, faithful even when his people were scattered. Then came the year, 539. Before Christ, Cyrus the Great of Persia conquered Babylon without a battle. The city fell through a combination of military strategy and internal betrayal. And Cyrus did something unprecedented in the ancient world. He let the captives go home. His decree was recorded. Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, "The Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whoever is among you of all his people, may his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem and rebuild the house of the Lord, the God of Israel. He is the God who is in Jerusalem." Consider the extraordinary nature of this. Cyrus was not a worshipper of the Lord, yet he acknowledged Israel's God and funded the rebuilding of the temple. Isaiah had prophesied about Cyrus by name 200 years earlier, calling him God's anointed, his shepherd who would accomplish all his purpose. The prophet had even predicted, "He shall build my city and set my exiles free, not for price or reward." The prophecy was fulfilled with stunning precision. Cyrus not only allowed return but funded it, returning the vessels Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple 5,400 articles of gold and silver. It was a reversal so complete it seemed miraculous. But here is what is remarkable. Not everyone returned. The first wave under Zerubbabel and Jeshua included fewer than 50,000 people. After 70 years in Babylon, 2 generations had been born in exile. They had built houses, planted gardens, married, and raised children. Babylon was home. Jerusalem was their grandparents' memory. Many chose to remain, sending financial support but not returning themselves. Those who did return faced a devastated landscape. Jerusalem was rubble, its walls broken down, its gates burned with fire. Wild animals roamed the ruins. The surrounding peoples, Samaritans to the north, Edomites to the south, Ammonites to the east, viewed the returnees as interlopers. The land had moved on without them. The first priority was the altar. Before rebuilding the temple, before reconstructing houses, they set up the altar on its original site and began offering sacrifices. The festivals were reinstituted. Then they laid the foundation of the temple. When the builders laid the foundation, the priests in their vestments came forward with trumpets, and the Levites with cymbals, to praise the Lord. They sang responsively, "For he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever toward Israel." And all the people shouted with a great shout when they praised the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. But many of the priests and Levites and heads of fathers' houses, old men who had seen the first house, wept with a loud voice when they saw the foundation of this house being laid. The people could not distinguish the sound of the joyful shout from the sound of the people's weeping. It was a moment of profound ambivalence. Joy at restoration mixed with grief that this new temple was so much smaller, so much less glorious than Solomon's. The old men wept because memory made the present seem inadequate. The young shouted because they had never known the past and saw only possibility in the future. The work stopped for years due to opposition. The local peoples hired counselors to frustrate the building. They wrote letters to the Persian court claiming the Jews were rebuilding a rebellious city that would threaten imperial interests. The work ceased until the 2nd year of Darius, king of Persia. Then the prophets Haggai and Zechariah arose, urging the people to resume building. Haggai challenged their priorities. "Is it a time for you yourselves to dwell in your panelled houses, while this house lies in ruins?" he promised. "The latter glory of this house shall be greater than the former." Not in physical splendor, but in significance, this second temple would stand. When the Messiah came, would be the temple Jesus knew, would outlast the first by centuries. Zechariah offered visions of hope. "Sing and rejoice, O daughter of Zion, for behold, I come, and I will dwell in your midst, declares the Lord." He saw a future when many nations shall join themselves to the Lord in that day, and shall be my people. The temple was completed in 516 before Christ, 23 years after the return. It was dedicated with joy, though it was modest compared to Solomon's temple. Still, sacrifices resumed, priests served in their divisions, Levites sang, and festivals were celebrated. The continuity with the past was restored, even if the glory was diminished. But the spiritual condition of the returned community deteriorated. 60 years later, a priest and scribe named Ezra came from Babylon with a second wave of returnees, bringing with him a copy of the law and royal authorization to enforce it. When he arrived, he found that the people of Israel had not separated themselves from the peoples of the lands with their abominations. The holy race has mixed itself with the peoples of the lands. Ezra tore his garment and his cloak, and pulled hair from his head and beard, and sat appalled. Then, at the evening sacrifice, he fell upon his knees and spread out his hands. "O my God, I am ashamed and blush to lift my face to you, for our iniquities have risen higher than our heads, and our guilt has mounted up to the heavens. After all that has come upon us for our evil deeds, and for our great guilt, seeing that you, our God, have punished us less than our iniquities deserved, and have given us such a remnant as this, shall we break your commandments again?" It was corporate repentance, taking upon himself the guilt of the community. The people wept bitterly and agreed to put away their foreign wives and children, a decision that seems harsh to modern sensibilities, but was understood then as necessary to preserve distinctive identity. Without separation, they would dissolve into the surrounding peoples as the northern tribes had. 13 years after Ezra, Nehemiah, a cupbearer to King Artaxerxes in Susa, received word that those who survived the exile were in great trouble and shame. The wall of Jerusalem is broken down, and its gates are destroyed by fire. When Nehemiah heard this, he sat down and wept and mourned for days, fasting and praying. He asked the king for permission to go to Judah to rebuild Jerusalem. The king granted his request and gave him letters to the governors of the province, beyond the river for safe passage and timber from the royal forest. Nehemiah inspected the walls at night and organized the people for rebuilding. Each family took responsibility for the section nearest their home. The work progressed despite opposition from Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the Ammonite, who mocked, "If a fox goes up on it, he will break down their stone wall." But the people worked with a sword in one hand and a trowel in the other, ready to defend against attack while building. The wall was completed in 52 days, a remarkable achievement that demonstrated what focused communal effort could accomplish. When all our enemies heard of it, all the nations around us were afraid and fell greatly in their own esteem, for they perceived that this work had been accomplished with the help of our God. With the wall complete, Ezra gathered all the people as one man into the square and read from the law from early morning until midday. The people stood and listened attentively. The Levites helped them understand, giving the sense so that the people understood the reading. When they heard the words of the law, all the people wept. But Nehemiah said, "This day is holy to the Lord your God. Do not mourn or weep. Go your way. Eat the fat and drink sweet wine, and send portions to anyone who has nothing ready, for this day is holy to our Lord. And do not be grieved, for the joy of the Lord is your strength." They discovered the Feast of Booths described in the law and celebrated it for the first time since the days of Joshua over 900 years. The people confessed their sins, reviewed their history from Abraham to the present, and renewed the covenant. They agreed to observe the Sabbath strictly, support the temple, and avoid intermarriage with surrounding peoples. The community was reconstituted. Not as a kingdom they remained under Persian rule, but as a people of the law, defined by Torah rather than territory, by covenant rather than crown. This transformation would prove crucial for survival in the centuries ahead. Persian rule was relatively benign. The empire was vast and diverse, and as long as provinces paid tribute and remained peaceful, local customs were respected. The Jews had autonomy in religious matters. The high priest exercised leadership. The system functioned adequately, if not gloriously. Then came Alexander the Great. In 333 before Christ, he defeated the Persian king Darius III at Issus and swept through the Levant. According to Josephus, when Alexander approached Jerusalem, the high priest Jaddua came out to meet him in full regalia. Alexander, who had seen this figure in a dream, bowed to him and honored the Jews, granting them autonomy and exemption from tribute every 7th year. Whether this story is historical or legendary, Alexander's conquest was real and transformative. He died young at 32, and his empire was divided among his generals, the Diadochi. Judea found itself caught between the Ptolemies who controlled Egypt and the Seleucids who controlled Syria. For a century, it was ruled by the Ptolemies and experienced relative peace. But in 198 before Christ, the Seleucid king Antiochus III conquered Judea. Initially, relations were good. The Jews supported Antiochus against the Ptolemies, and he confirmed their religious privileges. But his grandson, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, was different. Epiphanes means God manifest. He saw himself as divine, the visible appearance of Zeus. He needed money to fight wars and pay tribute to Rome, so he interfered in the high priesthood, selling the office to the highest bidder. Jason outbid his brother Onias for the position and began implementing Hellenization, building a gymnasium in Jerusalem, encouraging Greek education and athletics. Some Jewish youth underwent operations to reverse their circumcision, so they could participate nude in Greek sports without appearing different. Then Menelaus outbid Jason and became high priest despite not being from a priestly family. The corruption of the priesthood, combined with aggressive Hellenization, created profound tensions. Traditional Jews, later called the Hasidim, the pious ones, resisted. The conflict was not merely between Jews and Greeks, but between Jews who embraced Hellenism and Jews who rejected it. In 167 before Christ, Antiochus escalated dramatically. He plundered the temple, taking its treasures. He forbade Jewish religious practices, no Sabbath observance, no circumcision, no Torah study. He ordered the sacrifice of pigs on the temple altar and erected an altar to Zeus within the temple precincts. The abomination of desolation, Daniel had called it centuries earlier, a phrase that now took concrete form. Antiochus's soldiers went through Judean towns, forcing people to sacrifice to Greek gods. They came to Modian, where an elderly priest named Mattathias lived with his 5 sons. When a Jew stepped forward to offer sacrifice, Mattathias killed both the apostate Jew and the Greek official, then tore down the altar. He and his sons fled to the hills, calling out, "Let everyone who is zealous for the law and supports the covenant come out with me." It was the beginning of the Maccabean revolt, named after Mattathias's son Judah, called Maccabeus the Hammer. What started as guerrilla warfare became a liberation movement. Judah was a brilliant tactician. He used the terrain, struck quickly, and knew when to withdraw. Against much larger and better equipped Syrian armies, he won victory after victory. The Syrian general Apollonius came with a force to crush the rebellion. Judah ambushed and killed him, taking his sword and wearing it for the rest of his life. Seron came with a larger army. Judah defeated him at Beth Horon. Antiochus, frustrated, sent an army of 40,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry under generals Ptolemy, Nicanor, and Gorgias. At Emmaus, Judah's small force defeated this massive army, capturing their camp and supplies. In 164 before Christ, 3 years after the temple's desecration, Judah and his forces retook Jerusalem. They found the sanctuary desolate, the altar profaned, the gates burned. They selected blameless priests, cleansed the sanctuary, built a new altar, and on the 25th day of Kislev offered sacrifice. They celebrated for 8 days with gladness, like the Feast of Booths, for they remembered how a little while before they had kept the Feast of Booths while living in the mountains and caves like wild animals. This is Hanukkah, the Feast of Dedication, still celebrated 22 centuries later. The legend of the oil lasting 8 days would develop later, but the historical reality was remarkable enough. A small band of faithful Jews had defeated the mightiest empire of their time and reclaimed their temple. The war continued. Antiochus Epiphanes died, and his successors continued fighting the Maccabees. Judah was eventually killed in battle, and leadership passed to his brothers Jonathan and then Simon. Through military victory and political maneuvering, they secured independence. In 142 before Christ, Simon expelled the Syrian garrison from Jerusalem. The Jews wrote on bronze tablets, "The yoke of the Gentiles was removed from Israel," and the people began to write in their documents and contracts. In the first year of Simon, the great high priest and commander and leader of the Jews, the Hasmonean dynasty, named after Mattathias's ancestor, Hasmon, ruled an independent Jewish state for the first time since the Babylonian conquest 450 years earlier. It seemed like the fulfillment of prophetic promises, the restoration of the kingdom, proof that zealous faithfulness could triumph over impossible odds. But the Hasmonean state was complex and problematic. The high priests became kings, combining religious and political authority in ways that troubled the pious. They conquered neighboring territories, forcibly converting some populations to Judaism. They became Hellenized themselves, adopting Greek names and customs. Civil wars erupted between rival brothers, and they invited foreign powers to intervene in a decision that would prove catastrophic. In 63 before Christ, Pompey the Great of Rome arrived to adjudicate between Hasmonean rivals Hyrcanus and Aristobulus. He besieged Jerusalem, entered the temple on the Day of Atonement, an act of profound desecration, and even entered the Holy of Holies, where only the high priest could go once a year. He touched nothing, respecting Jewish sensibilities to some degree, but the violation was profound. Judea became a Roman client state, nominally independent but effectively controlled. Rome was different from previous empires, more systematic, more organized, more brutal when defied. The Pax Romana Roman peace meant order imposed by overwhelming military might and maintained by crucifixions along every major road. Rome gave local regions some autonomy but tolerated no rebellion. Taxes flowed to Rome. Legion garrisons ensured compliance. Herod the Great, an Idumean whose family had been forcibly converted to Judaism, maneuvered his way to power with Roman backing. He was declared King of the Jews in 40 before Christ and ruled until 4 before Christ. He was a brilliant builder, expanding the temple into an architectural wonder that even his Jewish subjects admired, building fortresses like Masada and Herodium, founding the port city of Caesarea Maritima. But he was also paranoid and cruel, killing his own wife and sons when he suspected conspiracy. During Herod's reign, something happened that the Romans barely noticed and Herod tried to prevent. A child was born in Bethlehem, a descendant of David, about whom angels sang and wise men inquired. When Herod heard of a newborn king of the Jews, he ordered the slaughter of all male children in Bethlehem under 2 years old. The child's family fled to Egypt, returning only after Herod's death. This child, Jesus of Nazareth, grew up in Galilee during a period of increasing tension between Jewish groups and Rome. The Pharisees focused on careful observance of the law and oral traditions, believing purity and study would hasten messianic deliverance. The Sadducees, the priestly aristocracy, collaborated with Rome to maintain their position and denied resurrection and angels, accepting only the written Torah. The Essenes withdrew to the wilderness, living in ascetic communities like Qumran, where they copied scrolls and waited for God to intervene. The Zealots advocated violent resistance, terrorism against Roman occupiers and Jewish collaborators. Into this volatile mix, Jesus began his ministry around 30 after Christ. He taught with authority, performed miracles, claimed to forgive sins, and spoke of the kingdom of God as both present and future. He gathered disciples, challenged religious authorities, and attracted massive crowds. To some, he was the Messiah, the promised deliverer. To others, he was a dangerous provocateur who would bring Roman wrath upon the nation. The religious authorities arrested him, tried him, and brought him to the Roman prefect Pontius Pilate, accusing him of claiming to be a king sedition against Rome. Pilate had him flogged and crucified, the standard Roman punishment for political rebels. A sign above his head read, "Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews." His followers claimed he rose from the dead on the third day, appeared to hundreds, and ascended to heaven, promising to return. They formed a movement within Judaism, proclaiming Jesus as the Messiah, the fulfillment of prophetic promises. At first, the Romans saw them as another Jewish sect. Gradually, as they admitted Gentiles without requiring circumcision or full Torah observance, they became something distinct Christianity, a new religion born from Jewish roots, but spreading beyond Jewish boundaries. Meanwhile, tensions in Judea escalated. Roman governors grew more corrupt and oppressive. Jewish resistance intensified. In 66, after Christ, open rebellion erupted. It began when the Roman procurator Gessius Florus plundered the temple treasury. Protests erupted. Violence flared. The Zealots seized control of Jerusalem, killed the Roman garrison, and defeated the Syrian governor Cestius Gallus when he tried to retake the city. It was a stunning victory that doomed them. Rome could not allow a province to successfully revolt. Emperor Nero sent Vespasian with 3 legions, over 30,000 professional soldiers plus auxiliaries. Vespasian systematically conquered Galilee, then laid siege to Jerusalem. When Nero died and Vespasian left to become emperor, his son Titus continued the campaign. The siege of Jerusalem began in April of 70 after Christ. The city was crowded with Passover pilgrims who could not escape. 3 rival Jewish factions fought each other even as the Romans built siege works. Famine became severe. Josephus, the Jewish historian who had joined the Romans, recorded horrors: a woman killed and ate her own child. People killed each other for scraps of food, bodies piled in the streets. In August, the Romans breached the walls. They burned the temple despite Titus's reported orders to preserve it, though some historians question whether he truly tried to stop it. The flames consumed the sanctuary. Priests threw themselves into the fire rather than surrender. The golden menorah, the table of showbread, the trumpets, all were taken to Rome as spoils. Titus's arch still stands in Rome, depicting these treasures being carried in triumph. Over 1 million Jews reportedly died in the siege and aftermath. Though ancient numbers are often inflated, the death toll was catastrophic. Survivors were sold into slavery or sent to die in gladiatorial games and beast fights in Roman amphitheatres. Jerusalem was destroyed so thoroughly that, as Jesus had reportedly predicted decades earlier, not one stone was left upon another. But the revolt was not finished. 3 fortresses held out: Herodium, Machaerus, and Masada. Masada, Herod's palace fortress atop a plateau in the Judean desert, was the last to fall. 960 men, women and children held out under the leadership of Eleazar ben Yair. The Romans built a massive siege ramp. You can still see it today, a testament to Roman engineering and determination. When the Romans finally breached the walls in 73, after Christ, they found silence. The defenders had chosen mass suicide over slavery. 10 men were selected by lot to kill everyone else, then one killed the other 9, then killed himself. 2 women and 5 children, who had hidden in a cistern, survived to tell the story. Josephus recorded Eleazar's final speech. "Since we long ago resolved never to be servants to the Romans, nor to any other than to God himself, The time has now come that obliges us to make that resolution true in practice. We were the very first that revolted, and we are the last to fight against them. I cannot but esteem it as a favour that God has granted us, that it is still in our power to die bravely and in a state of freedom. The Jewish war was over, Judea was devastated, the temple was gone, the sacrificial system ended permanently. A half-shekel tax that Jews had voluntarily sent to the temple was now redirected to the temple of Jupiter in Rome as humiliation. Yet somehow Judaism survived. The Pharisees, led by Yohanan ben Zakkai, established an academy at Yavne and began the work of preserving and codifying oral traditions that would become the Mishnah. Without temple or territory, the synagogue and the scrolls became the center of Jewish life. In 132, after Christ, another revolt erupted under Simon bar Kokhba, proclaimed by Rabbi Akiva as the Messiah. For 3 years he ruled an independent Jewish state, minting coins inscribed "For the freedom of Jerusalem." But Rome sent its best general, Julius Severus, who methodically reconquered the territory. Bar Kokhba was killed at Betar in 135 after Christ. Rabbi Akiva was executed by having his flesh flayed with iron combs. Hadrian's revenge was systematic. He renamed Jerusalem Aelia Capitolina, and Judea became Syria Palestina, deliberately invoking the Philistines, ancient enemies of Israel, to erase Jewish connection to the land. Jews were forbidden to enter Jerusalem except 1 day a year to mourn at the Western Wall. The land was lost again, this time seemingly permanently. The cycle had completed return, rebuilding, rebellion, and destruction. The Second Temple period, from 516 before Christ to 70 after Christ, spanned nearly 600 years. It witnessed Persian benevolence, Greek oppression, Maccabean triumph, Roman conquest, messianic hopes, and catastrophic defeat. Yet the story did not end. It transformed. Judaism would survive without temple or land for 1900 years, an achievement unprecedented in human history. The covenant made to wandering Abraham, tested through Egyptian slavery, forged at Sinai, broken and renewed countless times, would prove more durable than empires, more enduring than stone. The question was no longer whether the Jews could maintain a kingdom. The question became whether they could maintain identity, faith, and community while scattered across the world, powerless and persecuted. The next chapter of their story would unfold in diaspora, in dispersion, in 1,000 cities across 100 lands. There is a peculiar strength in vulnerability. When a people loses everything that defines nationhood, land, sovereignty, military power, central sanctuary, and yet continues to exist, something remarkable is revealed. The Jewish diaspora became one of history's great experiments in portable identity, in community without territory, in persistence without power. The scattering was not new. Jews had lived outside the land since the Babylonian exile. By the 1st century after Christ, more Jews lived in Alexandria than in Jerusalem. Substantial communities existed in Rome, Antioch, Damascus, and throughout the Persian Empire. But after the temple's destruction and the Bar Kokhba revolt's failure, diaspora became not a temporary condition but an indefinite reality. The question was no longer when they would return, but how they would survive until return became possible. The answer lay in an institution that had emerged during the Babylonian exile, the synagogue. It required no priests performing sacrifices, no temple complex, no territorial sovereignty. 10 Jewish men could form a minyan and create a sacred space anywhere. Prayer replaced sacrifice. Study of Torah became the highest form of worship. The rabbi, literally my teacher, became the central figure, a scholar, an interpreter rather than a hereditary priest. In Yavne, where Yohanan ben Zakkai had established an academy during the final siege of Jerusalem, the work of preserving and systematizing Jewish law intensified. The oral traditions that had been passed from teacher to student, elaborating and applying the written Torah, needed to be recorded before they were lost. Around 200 after Christ, Rabbi Judah Hanasi compiled these teachings into the Mishnah, a systematic organization of Jewish law, covering everything from agriculture to purity, festivals to damages, marriage to oaths. The Mishnah itself generated commentary. In the academies of Babylon and the land of Israel, scholars debated its meanings, resolved contradictions, applied principles to new situations. These discussions were eventually compiled into the Gemara. Mishnah plus Gemara equals Talmud, the vast ocean of rabbinic wisdom that would become, alongside the Torah itself, the defining text of Judaism. There were two Talmuds, the Jerusalem Talmud, completed around 400 after Christ, and the Babylonian Talmud, completed around 500 after Christ. The Babylonian Talmud became more authoritative, reflecting the prominence of Babylonian Jewish scholarship. These were not merely legal texts, but encyclopedias of Jewish thought, containing lore and legend, argument and narrative, theology and practical guidance. Consider what this represented. A people without political power created one of the world's great intellectual traditions. Powerless to change their circumstances through force, they mastered the art of interpretation. Unable to build a temple, they constructed cathedrals of thought. The study house, the Beit Midrash, became as sacred as any sanctuary. The dispute between sages was preserved alongside its resolution, for the process of reasoning was as valuable as the conclusion. In Babylon, the Jewish community thrived under Persian rule. The exilarch, the leader claiming descent from King David, held considerable authority, recognized by Persian and later Islamic rulers. The great academies at Sura and Pumbedita produced the Geonim, the scholarly leaders whose legal opinions were sought by Jewish communities throughout the diaspora. Questions about dietary laws, marriage contracts, commercial disputes, and religious observance were sent from Spain to India, and responses came back with the authority of this ancient tradition. But in the Roman Empire, which became the Christian Roman Empire after Constantine's conversion in 312 after Christ, the situation was more precarious. Christianity, born from Judaism, developed a complex and often hostile relationship with its parent religion. Church fathers like John Chrysostom preached sermons against the Jews, accusing them of deicide killing God for Jesus' crucifixion. Never mind that Romans had carried out the execution, the theological narrative required Jewish guilt. The Theodosian Code of 438 after Christ restricted Jewish rights. Jews could not hold public office, could not marry Christians, could not build new synagogues. They were tolerated but degraded, allowed to exist as a living testament to Christian truth, their suffering supposedly proving they had rejected the Messiah. Augustine developed the doctrine that Jews should be preserved but humiliated, scattered but not destroyed, as witnesses to biblical prophecy. This theological framework would shape Jewish-Christian relations for over 1,000 years. Jews lived under legal restrictions that varied by time and place, but consistently marked them as outsiders. They were useful as moneylenders. Christians were forbidden to charge interest to other Christians, but Jews could lend at interest, making them essential for economic development while earning resentment. They were tax collectors for monarchs, landlords' agents, traders in international commerce roles that generated wealth but also vulnerability. When the Roman Empire's western half collapsed under barbarian invasions, Jews were among the few who maintained connections across the fragmenting landscape. A Jewish merchant in Gaul might have family in Spain and business contacts in Constantinople. This network became crucial for trade and communication in a fractured world. In the Islamic world that emerged in the 7th century after Christ, Jews initially found more tolerance. Muhammad had hoped Jews would recognize him as a prophet, and when they did not, relations soured. But Islamic law recognized Jews as people of the book dhimmi, protected minorities who paid a special tax in exchange for religious freedom and physical security. They could not bear arms, ride horses, or build houses taller than Muslim houses. They had to wear distinctive clothing, a yellow badge in some places, a requirement that would horrify when later adopted by Christian Europe. But they could practice their religion, maintain their communities, and often prospered. The golden age of Spanish Jewry under Islamic rule produced remarkable figures. Moses Maimonides, born in Córdoba in 1135, became perhaps the greatest Jewish philosopher and legal scholar. His Mishneh Torah systematically organized all Jewish law, making it accessible. His Guide for the Perplexed reconciled Aristotelian philosophy with Jewish theology, influencing not only Jewish thought but also Christian and Islamic philosophy. He was physician to the Sultan in Egypt, while simultaneously serving as the leader of the Jewish community, writing responses to questions from across the diaspora, composing medical treatises that were translated into Latin. Maimonides famously formulated the 13 Principles of Faith, attempting to systematize Jewish belief. God exists, is one, is incorporeal, is eternal, prophecy is real. Moses was the greatest prophet. The Torah is from heaven and immutable. God knows human actions and rewards and punishes. The Messiah will come. The dead will be resurrected. These principles became foundational, recited in Jewish liturgy, though they were debated and refined by later scholars. Judah Halevi, born in Toledo around 1075, was a physician and one of the greatest Hebrew poets. His Kuzari defended Judaism against Christian and Islamic claims, arguing that Judaism's strength lay not in philosophical proof, but in historical experience, the Exodus, Sinai, the giving of the law. Eventually, Halevi left comfortable Spain to travel to the land of Israel, dying en route. His poems of longing for Zion became classics. My heart is in the east while I am in the uttermost west. How can I taste what I eat? How can it be sweet to me? This was the paradox of diaspora existence. Comfort alongside longing, prosperity alongside awareness of exile, thriving communities that never forgot they were not home. Every Passover Seder ended with "next year" in Jerusalem. Every wedding, a glass was broken to remember the temple's destruction. Memory was cultivated, exile was acknowledged, hope was maintained. But prosperity and prominence made Jews vulnerable. In Christian Europe, when Crusaders marched to liberate Jerusalem from Muslim control in 1096, they asked why they should travel so far to fight infidels when infidels lived among them. Jewish communities along the Rhine-Speyer, Worms, Mainz were massacred. Thousands died. Some killed their own children rather than allow forced baptism. The martyrdom accounts speak of fathers slaughtering families, then setting synagogues on fire with themselves inside. The First Crusade set a pattern. Each subsequent crusade brought violence against Jewish communities. The theology of crusading, of holy war against God's enemies, easily redirected toward Jews. Add economic resentment, Jews as creditors, Jews as visible outsiders during economic hardship and persecution became almost inevitable. In 1144, in Norwich, England, the body of a Christian boy named William was found. Jews were accused of ritual murder, of killing Christian children to use their blood in making Passover matzah. The blood libel, as it became known, was absurd. Jewish law strictly forbids consuming blood in any form, but it spread across Europe. Whenever a child died mysteriously, Jews might be accused, tortured into confession, and executed. Popes occasionally condemned the accusation, but local authorities used it repeatedly. In 1182, Philip Augustus of France expelled the Jews, seizing their property. They were readmitted in 1198 when their economic utility was recognized, then expelled again in 1306. England expelled its Jews in 1290 under Edward I. Germany experienced waves of persecution during the Black Death. In 1348 to 1350, Jews were accused of poisoning wells to cause the plague, and entire communities were burned alive. Never mind that Jews died from plague at the same rates. Scapegoating overrode. Evidence. Spain in 1391 experienced massive anti-Jewish riots. Thousands were killed. Thousands more forcibly baptized. Many converted to save their lives, becoming conversos new Christians. Some maintained Jewish practices in secret, becoming crypto-Jews or Marranos. The Inquisition, established to root out false Christians, focused obsessively on conversos, torturing and burning those suspected of secretly practicing Judaism. In 1492, the same year Columbus sailed for the Americas, Ferdinand and Isabella issued an edict expelling all Jews from Spain. About 200,000 left, abandoning homes, property, and ancestral graves. Some went to Portugal, only to be expelled 5 years later. Some went to the Ottoman Empire, where Sultan Bayezid welcomed them, saying, "How can you call Ferdinand a wise king, he who impoverishes his own country to enrich mine?" Some went to North Africa, Amsterdam, or Italy. The expelled Spanish and Portuguese Jews, Sephardim, from the Hebrew word for Spain, maintained a distinct identity. They spoke Ladino, a Judeo-Spanish language, wrote it in Hebrew letters, and preserved the melodies and customs of medieval Iberia. In Amsterdam, which became a center of Sephardic life, they built magnificent synagogues, established printing presses, and produced scholars like Baruch Spinoza, who was eventually excommunicated for his radical philosophical views. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe, Jews found refuge in Poland and Lithuania. Casimir III of Poland invited Jews in the 14th century, granting them charters of protection. Jewish communities grew, developing a distinctive culture. They spoke Yiddish, a Germanic language written in Hebrew letters, incorporating Slavic and Hebrew words. They lived in shtetls, small towns that were predominantly Jewish, maintaining traditional life centered on the synagogue, the study house, and the market square. The Council of the Four Lands, established in 1580, governed Polish Jewry, collecting taxes, adjudicating disputes, and maintaining schools. Poland became the center of rabbinic learning. The Shulchan Aruch, the set table of Jewish law compiled by Joseph Caro in the 16th century, became the standard code, especially with glosses added by Moses Isserlis representing Ashkenazic, German, and Eastern European custom alongside Sephardic tradition. But Eastern European Jews also faced violence. The Chmielnicki uprising of 1648 to 1657, a Cossack rebellion against Polish nobility, massacred tens of thousands of Jews who were seen as agents of the Polish landlords. Entire communities were destroyed. The trauma was so great that some believed the Messiah must be near such suffering surely indicated the birth pangs of redemption. Into this desperation came Sabbatai Zevi, a Sephardic Jew from Smyrna who in 1648 proclaimed himself the Messiah. He was charismatic, mystically inclined, and psychologically unstable, probably suffering from bipolar disorder. But when the respected scholar Nathan of Gaza endorsed him as the Messiah, a mass movement erupted. Jews across the diaspora sold their possessions, prepared for imminent return to the land of Israel, and celebrated as if redemption had come. Sabbatai travelled to Constantinople to claim his kingdom. The Ottoman Sultan gave him a choice: convert to Islam or die. Sabbatai converted. The shock was devastating. Some followers insisted this was part of the messianic plan. Most were disillusioned, traumatized by the failure of their desperate hope. The The rabbinate became deeply suspicious of messianic claims thereafter. Better to wait patiently than to embrace false messiahs who brought only deeper despair. In response to this crisis and to the dry legalism some felt dominated Jewish life, Hasidism emerged in 18th century Ukraine. Israel ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov, Master of the Good, name taught that God could be found in joy, in ecstatic prayer, in everyday life, not only in rigorous Talmud study. He told stories, emphasized the heart over the head, and insisted that simple faith was as valuable as scholarly knowledge. Hasidism spread rapidly among Eastern European Jews, especially the poor and unlearned who had been marginalized in the rabbinic establishment. It developed a structure of tzaddikim, righteous leaders, later called rebbes, who served as intermediaries between God and their followers. Each Hasidic dynasty, Chabad, Breslov, Satmar, Belz, developed its own emphases and customs. The traditional rabbinate, called the Mitnagdim opponents, viewed Hasidism with suspicion. The Vilna Gaon, the greatest Talmudic scholar of the 18th century, excommunicated Hasidim, viewing their emotional fervor and devotion to rebbes as dangerous deviations. But over time, the movements reconciled, recognizing they shared fundamental commitments to Torah and tradition, even if their styles differed. Both Hasidim and Mitnagdim faced a greater challenge: modernity. The Enlightenment brought new ideas about individual rights, religious tolerance, and the separation of church and state. In 1782, Holy Roman Emperor Joseph II issued an Edict of Tolerance, allowing Jews to attend universities and pursue previously forbidden professions. The French Revolution of 1789 led to Jewish emancipation, citizenship rights previously denied. Napoleon convened the Grand Sanhedrin in 1807, asking Jews to declare their primary loyalty to France and to acknowledge that civil law superseded Jewish law in civil matters. The Jews agreed. Emancipation spread across Western Europe. Ghetto walls came down, legal disabilities were removed. Jews could be citizens, not merely tolerated outsiders. But emancipation came with a price: pressure to assimilate, to become more like their Christian neighbors. The Reform movement emerged in Germany, seeking to modernize Judaism. They held services in German rather than Hebrew, introduced organs and mixed-gender choirs, eliminated prayers for return to Zion and rebuilding the temple. They emphasized Judaism's ethical teachings over its ritual requirements, seeing it as a rational, universal faith rather than a particular national identity. Orthodox Judaism responded by becoming more consciously traditional, articulating and defending practices that had previously been simply assumed. Samson Raphael Hirsch in Germany promoted Torah I am Derek Eretz. Torah combined with secular culture, arguing Jews could be fully observant while engaging modern life. In Eastern Europe, yeshivas intensified advanced Talmud study, creating scholars of remarkable depth who maintained the old ways even as modernity encroached. A middle path emerged: conservative Judaism in America, Masorti in Israel. Attempting to preserve tradition while acknowledging historical development and modern knowledge. They maintained Hebrew liturgy and traditional practice, but allowed for some adaptation. These movements debated fundamental questions. Was Judaism a religion or a nationality? Could one be Jewish without practicing Judaism? What defined Jewish identity in an age when legal boundaries had dissolved and intermarriage increased? The ancient community, defined by covenant and commandment, was fracturing into denominations, ideologies, and levels of observance. Throughout these transformations, one constant remained: persecution could erupt without warning. The Damascus affair of 1840 saw Jews accused of ritual murder in Syria. The Dreyfus affair in 1894 France saw a Jewish army captain falsely accused of treason, revealing that even in enlightened, emancipated France, anti-Semitism persisted. Pogroms swept through Russia in the 1880s and early 1900s with government support or complicity, killing thousands and displacing hundreds of thousands more. Many Eastern European Jews fled to America, where between 1880 and 1920, over 2 million Jewish immigrants arrived. They crowded into New York's Lower East Side, working in garment factories, speaking Yiddish, maintaining Orthodox practice or abandoning it, sending children to public schools where they could become Americans. Within a generation or two, their descendants moved to the suburbs, entered professions, and achieved prosperity that would have amazed their shtetl ancestors. Others went to Palestine, then part of the Ottoman Empire, driven by a new ideology, Zionism. Theodor Herzl, a secular Viennese journalist covering the Dreyfus trial, concluded that assimilation had failed. Jews would never be accepted in Europe. They needed their own state, their own homeland. In 1896, he published The Jewish State, arguing for political sovereignty as the solution to anti-Semitism. The first Zionist Congress met in Basel, Switzerland in 1897. Herzl wrote in his diary, "In Basel I founded the Jewish state. If I said this out loud today, I would be answered by universal laughter. Perhaps in 5 years, certainly in 50, everyone will know it." His prediction was off by 1 year. The State of Israel was declared in 1948, 51 years later. Early Zionist settlers, Halutzim, pioneers, drained swamps, planted forests, built kibbutzim where property was shared and labor was communal. They revived Hebrew as a spoken language, an unprecedented achievement. Hebrew had been the language of prayer and scholarship for 2 millennia, but not of daily conversation. Ben Yehuda and others created new vocabulary for modern life, and children in Palestine grew up speaking the language of the Bible as their mother tongue. But as Jewish immigration increased, tension with Arab inhabitants grew. Both communities claimed the land, both had historical connections and contemporary presence. The British, who took control of Palestine after World War I through the League of Nations mandate, tried to balance competing claims and satisfied neither side. Through all these changes, dispersals, adaptations, and conflicts, the Jewish people persisted. They maintained identity across 100 languages and 1,000 cities. They produced scholars and merchants, rabbis and revolutionaries, artists and scientists. They debated theology and argued over interpretation, fragmented into movements and united through shared memory. The synagogue was their portable sanctuary. The Torah was their portable homeland. Study was their form of worship. Law was their language of holiness. Wherever 10 Jews gathered, community existed. Wherever a family lit Sabbath candles, sanctity entered time. It was survival without precedent. No other ancient people persisted without territory and political power. The Babylonians, Assyrians, Phoenicians, Hittites, all vanished, absorbed into successor cultures, or simply disappeared. But the Jews endured, maintaining identity across centuries of dispersion, finding ways to be both particular and universal, traditional and adaptive, separate and engaged. The question that haunted diaspora existence was always the same. How long, O Lord? How long until return? How long until redemption? How long until the covenant promises land, security, blessing were fulfilled not just spiritually but tangibly? That question was about to be answered in ways no one could have imagined, through horrors no one could have predicted, and through a restoration that would raise as many questions as it resolved. There are stories that refuse to end, that persist through catastrophe and emerge transformed but recognizable, carrying forward a thread that connects the ancient past to the living present. The Jewish story is such a narrative 3,000 years from Abraham's journey to today, a continuity so improbable it seems miraculous, yet so well documented it is undeniably historical. The 20th century brought both the darkest chapter and the most dramatic restoration in this long history. Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party rose to power in Germany in 1933, bringing with them an ideology of racial anti-Semitism that went beyond traditional religious prejudice. Jews were not merely wrong in their beliefs or stubborn in their refusal to convert. They were, according to Nazi ideology, racially inferior, a cancer in the body of civilization that had to be eliminated. The Nuremberg laws of 1935 stripped German Jews of citizenship. Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass in November 1938, saw synagogues burned, Jewish businesses destroyed, and 30,000 Jewish men sent to concentration camps. It was a preview of horrors to come. When World War II began in 1939, Nazi Germany controlled more and more of Europe, bringing millions of Jews under their power. The final solution, the bureaucratic euphemism for genocide, was implemented with industrial efficiency. Jews were rounded up, crammed into ghettos, then transported in cattle cars to extermination camps. Auschwitz, Treblinka, Sobibor, Belzec, Chelmno, Majdanek, names that became synonymous with humanity's capacity for evil. 6 million Jews were murdered, 1.5 million were children. Entire communities were erased. The Yiddish-speaking world of Eastern Europe, which had produced centuries of scholarship, culture, and spiritual vitality, was virtually destroyed. 90% of Poland's 3 million Jews perished. The great yeshivas, the Hasidic dynasties, the vibrant shtetl life, all consumed in smoke from crematorium chimneys. Survivors emerged from camps as walking skeletons, many of them sole survivors of entire families. They had witnessed atrocities beyond description, had seen children torn from mothers and murdered, had watched the strong worked to death, and the weak immediately gassed. Some had survived by hiding, protected by righteous Gentiles who risked their own lives. Others had fought in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of 1943. Jewish resistance fighters held off the German army for nearly a month, longer than entire countries had lasted. The world that learned of these horrors struggled to comprehend them. How could civilized, cultured Germany, the land of Goethe and Beethoven, perpetrate such evil? How could so many participate, collaborate, or simply look away? The Holocaust, the Shoah in Hebrew, meaning catastrophe, raised theological and philosophical questions that still haunt us. Where was God? Where was humanity? How do we prevent such evil from recurring? For the Jewish people, the Shoah was an inflection point. The ancient question, why do the righteous suffer, took on new dimensions when applied to children murdered for simply being born Jewish. Some lost faith entirely, some found their faith deepened, seeing in survival and renewal a divine hand. Most fell somewhere in between, carrying wounds that would never heal, questions that had no answers, and a determination that this people would not be extinguished. Even as the world was learning the full extent of Nazi atrocities, Jews in Palestine were preparing for statehood. The British mandate had become untenable. Jewish immigration, driven by Holocaust refugees desperate for safety, increased despite British restrictions. Arab opposition intensified. Violence erupted between Jewish and Arab communities, and between both communities and the British. On November 29, 1947, the United Nations voted to partition Palestine into Jewish and Arab states. The Jewish leadership accepted the partition. Arab leadership rejected it. When the British withdrew on May 14, 1948, David Ben-Gurion proclaimed the establishment of the State of Israel. That same day, 5 Arab armies invaded, determined to strangle the new state at birth. Against all odds, Israel survived the War of Independence. The new nation was poor, surrounded by enemies, absorbing hundreds of thousands of refugees from Europe and from Arab countries, where Jewish communities faced persecution after Israel's establishment. Holocaust survivors and Middle Eastern Jews came together, speaking different languages, carrying different customs, united by shared identity and the conviction that Jews needed a sovereign state where they would never again be powerless victims. The Declaration of Independence captured this conviction. The catastrophe which recently befell the Jewish people, the massacre of millions of Jews in Europe, was another clear demonstration of the urgency of solving the problem of its homelessness by re-establishing in Eretz Israel, the Not-in-Nortes Sea, Jewish state, which would open the gates of the homeland wide to every Jew. Israel's early years were marked by austerity, security threats, and the massive challenge of nation-building. Hebrew, revived as a spoken language barely 50 years earlier, became the unifying tongue for immigrants from 100 countries. The kibbutz movement created agricultural communities based on socialist ideals. Tel Aviv grew from a small town into a modern city. The Israel Defense Forces integrated Holocaust survivors, Middle Eastern Jews, and native-born Sabras into an effective military that would fight and win multiple wars. The Six-Day War of 1967 was transformative. Facing another existential threat as Egypt, Syria, and Jordan massed forces on Israel's borders, the Israeli military launched a preemptive strike and within 6 days had captured the Sinai Peninsula, the Golan Heights, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. For the first time since 70 after Christ, Jews controlled the Western Wall, the last remnant of the Second Temple. Soldiers wept as they touched its stones. The chief rabbi blew a shofar. It felt like prophecy fulfilled, but territorial expansion brought new challenges. Millions of Palestinians now lived under Israeli control without citizenship or sovereignty. The occupation raised moral and practical questions that remain unresolved. Peace negotiations have produced limited agreements but not comprehensive resolution. Violence has erupted repeatedly, the First and Second Intifadas, wars in Lebanon and Gaza, terrorist attacks and military operations. The conflict continues, with legitimate claims and grievances on all sides, and no easy path forward. Meanwhile, Jewish life flourished in the diaspora, particularly in the United States, which became home to the world's largest Jewish community outside Israel. American Jews achieved unprecedented success and integration. They entered professions previously closed to them, contributed to science, arts, business, and politics at levels far beyond their proportion of the population. Jewish senators, Supreme Court justices, Nobel Prize winners, Hollywood moguls, and university presidents became common enough to no longer be remarkable. Yet questions of identity persisted. What does it mean to be Jewish in a pluralistic, secular society? Intermarriage rates rose, particularly among non-Orthodox Jews. Some saw assimilation as the price of acceptance, the inevitable dissolution of distinction. Others saw new forms of Jewish identity emerging, cultural rather than religious, ethical rather than ritual, diverse rather than monolithic. The denominations that emerged in the 19th century continued to evolve. Reform Judaism became more traditional than its founders envisioned, reintroducing Hebrew and elements of ritual previously discarded. Orthodox Judaism fragmented into modern Orthodox, which engages contemporary culture while maintaining traditional practice, and Haredi communities that separate more thoroughly from secular society. Conservative Judaism, caught between these poles, struggled to maintain a coherent center. Reconstructionist and renewal movements emerged, offering new approaches to Jewish spirituality and community. Women's roles transformed dramatically. In 1972, Sally Priesand became the first woman ordained as a rabbi in Reform Judaism. Conservative Judaism ordained women starting in 1985. Orthodox Judaism maintained traditional gender roles in religious leadership, but saw women achieve unprecedented scholarship in Talmud and Halakha Jewish law. Feminist theology challenged patriarchal assumptions and recovered forgotten female voices from Jewish history. LGBTQ inclusion followed similar patterns: fuller acceptance in liberal movements, ongoing tension in Orthodox communities, and passionate debates about how ancient texts should inform contemporary ethics. The question of who is a Jew became contentious. Is halakhic definition sufficient, or should self-identification matter? Are patrilineal Jews those with Jewish fathers but non-Jewish mothers Jewish? Different movements answered differently, creating fractures in communal unity. Throughout these internal debates, external threats persisted. The Soviet Union suppressed Jewish religious expression, refused emigration rights, and persecuted those who sought to maintain Jewish identity. The movement for Soviet Jewry mobilized Western communities, combining political pressure with grassroots activism. When the Soviet Union collapsed and emigration became possible, over 1 million Soviet Jews left, many going to Israel, many to the United States and Germany. Anti-Semitism, which many hoped had been discredited forever by the Holocaust, resurged in new forms. In the Muslim world, anti-Zionism often crossed into anti-Semitism, denying not just Israel's policies but its right to exist. In Europe, anti-Semitic attacks increased, often from both far-right nationalists and radical Islamists. In America, white supremacists and neo-Nazis emerged from the shadows, culminating in deadly attacks on synagogues in Pittsburgh and Poway. The Internet amplified ancient conspiracy theories. Jews controlling banks, media, governments, Jews responsible for economic crises, terrorist attacks, even pandemics. The same blood libels of the Middle Ages found new audiences online. Holocaust denial persisted despite overwhelming evidence, sometimes disguised as mere skepticism, sometimes brazen in its rejection of documented history. Yet Jewish life continued, adapted, and in many ways flourished. Jewish museums, Holocaust memorials, and educational institutions ensured that memory would not fade. Yad Vashem in Jerusalem preserves the names and stories of Holocaust victims, fulfilling the biblical promise, "I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off." The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington educates millions about the Shoah and its lessons for confronting hatred. Jewish contributions to human civilization continued to be disproportionate to their numbers. Albert Einstein revolutionized physics. Sigmund Freud founded psychoanalysis. Jonas Salk developed the polio vaccine. Leonard Bernstein composed and conducted. Steven Spielberg created films that shaped global culture. Ruth Bader Ginsburg advanced gender equality through law. The list could fill volumes not because Jews are inherently superior, but because education, questioning, and intellectual achievement have been cultivated values for millennia. The Talmudic tradition of argument, of preserving dissenting opinions, of refusing simple answers to complex questions, prepared Jews for modernity's pluralism and ambiguity. The emphasis on literacy, on study as worship, made education central to Jewish identity regardless of religious observance. The memory of persecution made many Jews sensitive to others' suffering, leading to disproportionate Jewish involvement in civil rights movements, humanitarian causes, and social justice advocacy. The relationship between Israel and diaspora Jews remains complex. Israel's law of return grants every Jew the right to immigrate and claim citizenship, a literal fulfillment of the exile's end. But diaspora Jews do not uniformly support Israeli government policies. Some are uncritical supporters, seeing Israel as precious and besieged. Others are harsh critics, viewing occupation as betrayal of Jewish values. Most fall somewhere in between, loving Israel while questioning specific decisions, supporting its existence while debating its actions. Jewish religious practice today spans an extraordinary spectrum. Ultra-Orthodox families in Jerusalem or Brooklyn maintain ways of life virtually unchanged. From 18th century Poland, men studying Talmud full-time, women managing households and often working to support their families, children educated in religious schools with minimal secular studies, dress and language deliberately distinctive. Modern Orthodox Jews integrate professional careers with strict religious observance, studying secular subjects alongside sacred texts, engaging contemporary culture while maintaining traditional practice. Conservative and Reform Jews might attend synagogue weekly or only on high holy days, maintain kosher homes or not, observe Sabbath strictly or flexibly, find meaning in ritual, or emphasize ethical action over ceremonial law. Secular Jews might identify strongly as Jewish through culture, history, and solidarity, while never praying or keeping kosher. Some connect through Jewish humor, food, or music, some through supporting Israel or Jewish causes, some simply through family memory and the conviction that Hitler should not have the last word. The diversity is both strength and challenge. Judaism has always contained multitudes. Biblical priests and prophets disagreed. Pharisees and Sadducees contested interpretations. Talmudic sages argued across centuries. But modern fragmentation is different, with movements that barely recognize each other's legitimacy, conversion standards that leave some Jews unacknowledged by others, and fundamental questions about whether Judaism is religion, ethnicity, nationality, culture, or some unique combination. Yet certain elements persist across all variations. Memory remains central. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt. Remember the Sabbath. Remember Amalek. The Jewish calendar structures time around remembrance. Passover retelling the Exodus, Hanukkah celebrating the Maccabees, Purim recalling Persian deliverance, Tisha B'Av mourning the temple's destruction, Yom HaShoah remembering the Holocaust. To be Jewish is to carry history, to participate in a story larger than any individual life. The covenant remains foundational, even for those who reinterpret its terms. The conviction that there is one God, that this God cares about justice and compassion, that humans are created in the divine image and therefore possess inherent dignity. These beliefs, born in ancient Israel, have shaped Western civilization and spread worldwide. The prophetic cry for justice, the insistence that ritual without righteousness is hollow, the dream of a world redeemed. These Jewish contributions have influenced billions who have never read the Hebrew Bible. 3 monotheistic faiths trace their origins to Abraham's journey. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam together claim over 4 billion adherents, more than half the world's population. The Torah's ethical commandments influenced Roman law, medieval philosophy, Enlightenment, political thought, and modern human rights frameworks. The Sabbath concept, 1 day of rest in 7 revolutionized labor practices. The prophetic tradition of speaking truth to power inspired civil rights leaders, liberation theologians, and social reformers. Jewish scientists who fled Nazi persecution helped develop quantum mechanics, nuclear physics, computer science, and modern medicine. Jewish writers from Kafka to Philip Roth explored the human condition with depth and insight. Jewish comedians from the Marx Brothers to Jerry Seinfeld found humor in anxiety, absurdity, and cultural collision. Jewish musicians from Mahler to Bob Dylan created sounds that defined eras. None of this erases the suffering, the persecution, the losses. 6 million murdered in the Holocaust. Hundreds of thousands killed in pogroms. Countless lives constrained by legal restrictions, social prejudice, and physical danger. Communities destroyed, cultural treasures lost, potential unfulfilled. The cost has been incalculable, and yet, a people that should have disappeared has endured, a tradition that could have fossilized has adapted, a covenant made to a wandering nomad 4,000 years ago remains alive, debated, practiced, and transmitted to new generations. Walk into a synagogue anywhere in the world, and you will hear the same prayers that were recited in the Second Temple, refined in Babylonian academies, whispered in Spanish hiding places, shouted in Eastern European shtetls, and proclaimed in Israeli kibbutzim. The Shema, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God. The Lord is one, connects a child learning Hebrew today with Judah Maccabee, with Isaiah, with Moses, with Abraham. Open a Talmud page, and you enter a conversation across centuries. Rabbis from Babylon and Palestine, from medieval France and modern Lithuania, all speak to each other and to you, arguing about how to observe Sabbath, resolve disputes, pursue justice, and live as covenant people. The conversation never ends because new questions always arise, new situations demand wisdom, new voices add insight. Light Sabbath candles on Friday evening, and you participate in a ritual older than any nation-state, connecting you to countless generations who made the same blessing, sanctified the same time, and transformed the ordinary into the holy. The rhythm of Sabbath. 6 days of Kai. Work, 1 day of rest and reflection, is a weekly reminder that humans are not merely economic units, but beings created in the divine image, deserving dignity and requiring respite. Celebrate Passover, and you tell a story that makes the past present. In every generation, each person should see themselves as if they personally went out from Egypt. The retelling is not merely historical recitation, but existential identification. We were slaves, we were freed, we are responsible to remember and to help free others. The youngest child asks the traditional questions, and the oldest recites answers that have been given for millennia, creating a chain of transmission that defies time. The Jewish story is ultimately about persistence, not passive survival but active continuity. It is about choosing to remain Jewish when assimilation would be easier, when persecution makes identity dangerous, when modernity questions inherited tradition. It is about transmitting memory, practicing rituals, studying texts, maintaining community, and asking questions that have no final answers. It is about resilience, rebuilding after every destruction, continuing after every catastrophe, finding meaning after meaningless suffering. It is about refusing to grant persecutors the last word, insisting that life is stronger than death, that hope is more powerful than despair, that the covenant persists despite all evidence to the contrary. It is about contribution, giving to the world far beyond one's numbers, creating beauty and knowledge, pursuing justice and healing. It is about being a light to the nations, not through superiority, but through living as if the world can be redeemed, as if human action matters, as if the divine image in every person demands recognition and respect. From Abraham's leap of faith into the unknown, through slavery and liberation, through kingdoms and exile, through temple glory and temple destruction, through diaspora wandering and modern restoration, the thread continues. It is fragile, this thread. It has been cut and knotted back together countless times. It is thinner in some places, thicker in others, with many strands woven together rather than one unbroken line, but it holds. 3,000 years after Abraham, 14 million Jews live in the world, tiny in number, immense in impact. 6 million in Israel, where Hebrew is spoken in startups and yeshivas, where biblical cities have modern subways, where the ancient and contemporary collide and merge. 6 million in America, where Jews are presidents of universities and members of Congress, where synagogues and Jewish community centers mark nearly every city. 2 million scattered across Europe, Latin America, Australia, and elsewhere wherever they are, maintaining identity, building community, carrying forward the story. The future is uncertain, as it has always been. Threats remain: anti-Semitism resurging, assimilation, dissolving communal boundaries, political conflicts dividing rather than uniting. But Jews have always lived with uncertainty, have always faced threats, have always adapted and endured. Perhaps that is the deepest lesson of this 3,000-year story, that uncertainty is not the opposite of faith but its precondition, that questions matter more than answers. That tradition is not static preservation but dynamic transmission, that a people can survive anything except forgetting who they are and whose they are, The covenant continues. The conversation persists. The story is still being written, and when the youngest child at the Passover table asks, "Why is this night different from all other nights?" the question that has been asked for thousands of years, the answer given is not just about ancient Egypt, but about every generation, every struggle, every liberation, every return from exile. It is about the Jewish people who were and are and will be, bearing forward an ancient promise into an unknown future, carrying the light that has never been extinguished through all the darkness of history, testifying that hope is real, that redemption is possible, that the human journey toward justice and compassion continues. The story that began with one man's walk into the desert remains unfinished. It is still being lived by millions who study the same texts, pray the same prayers, observe the same festivals, and ask the same questions their ancestors asked. As long as memory persists, as long as the covenant is renewed, as long as children ask and elders answer, the story continues, the people endure, and the ancient promise pulses with life. Am Yisrael Chai. The people of Israel live,